Shot put and javelin coming up through the course of this afternoon, and this is the very first World Athletics Continental Tour event that's been live streamed on the European Athletics social media channels and website for the summer of 2025. Of course, we had a terrific indoor season culminating in the European Athletics Indoor Championships, but we're now into the summer, as you can see by the bright skies above Domažlice. This is also known as the Jan Masaryk Memorial Meeting. It's been going since 2007 and has been renamed after the tragic death in a car crash in 2009 of the Czech international 400-meter runner. As you can see there, it's a World Athletics Continental Tour Bronze meeting, and this is the very first of 22 events that you'll be able to follow on the European Athletics social media channels. In addition, of course, we have coming up in the coming months, well, this month indeed, in May, we have the European Race Walking Team Championships coming up this time next week, coming to you also from the Czech Republic, or Czechia as it's now known, from Poděbrady, the spa town not far from Prague, and then the following weekend we have the European 10,000 meters Cup. Later on in the year, we have the European Under-23 Championships coming to you from Bergen in July, and then the European Under-20 Championships coming to you from Tampere in Finland. And not forgetting perhaps the highlight of the summer, the European Team Championships from Madrid. They're the 26th and to the 29th of June. So lots to look forward to as far as European Athletics live streaming of what I'm assuming is your favourite sport. Now the women's discus throwers just getting ready. International lineup, we've got competitors here from no less than 4 different countries, including visitors from Poland, Hungary and Nigeria. And perhaps some of the big names to look out for as well later on in the afternoon include the likes of Thomas Röhrler, the 2016 Olympic javelin champion from Germany, who went on to take a European title as well, and ranks number 3 on the world all-time list for that particular event. Women's discus event. Got 2 women who have personal bests over 60 meters, really the benchmark of world-class throwing. And we have 2 others who've thrown over 56 meters, I should say. This for many years was predominantly a domestic competition on the Czech calendar, but in recent years it's expanded to take on a very, very strong international field. You can see there, just to the slightly to the left of your screen, sitting down in the green top, Pamela Amechi of Nigeria, African Games champion last year, improved to 63.17 last year, has thrown over 61 meters this year. Possibly the favourite for this competition. Just looking at the wind conditions, which of course is always what the athletes throwing the discus are focused on. Look, as though there is a breeze. We'll try and work out whether it's going to be of help to them. Nice quartering wind is what the discus throwers like, to carry the discus out to great distances. This Mesky Stadion Stelnica is also the home to the local football club, the Hvězdného Domažlice club, which is currently riding high in the Czech 3rd division at the moment. 2nd place, looking for promotion after getting relegated last year back into the second tier of Czech football. So we wish them luck as well. They're not playing any home games for a week or so to give the stadium management time to perhaps replace a few divots and remark the football pitch. So the first women in the international competitions here in Domažlice. Teresa Mikulikova, one of the more modest throwers in this competition. Personal best of 42.74. She's 20 years of age. Competes for the Dukla Prague club. That's a good start for her, 42.47. Not far short of her personal best. Can't be quite sure, but I think that first line out there is marked at 50 metres. This is Leona Vargova of the Olympic Brno club. That's thrown over 50 metres, 51.76. He's been in action already this year, thrown over 48 metres. Looks like it was given as a foul. Waiting to see as Eliska Vesova goes into the circle. Vesova improved in the early season competitions to 49.07, and that was just over 44 metres, so decent start for Debesova. Martina Mazurova, another 20-year-old, threw over 50 metres last year, 50.47. That drops down rather short. You can see there, easy to spot the 50-metre line. Down at about 45 metres for Mazurova. Member of the Olomouc club.
Je to závodnice Škody Plzeň, pochopitelně atletů a atletek tohoto plzeňského klubu. Zde registrujeme mnoho Domažlicí.
Double check. I'm just wondering whether we're missing an athlete here or they've got it slightly out of the order. It should be Kristina Borakova. Wait for confirmation of that.
Mistryní republiky, k tomu přidala 2 stříbra a 3 bronzové medaile. To vše z diskařských soutěží na velkých mistrácích.
This is Barbora Tisha from the Skoda Pilsen club. Nobody over 50 metres yet. That's just inside the sector on the right-hand side at about 46 metres. Right, so it's given us a foul. This must have just edged outside of the sector. Difficult to see at this distance. So the international competitors now go into the circle, starting with Daria Zabrowska
Byl technicky velmi zdařilý pokus Darie Zabavské, která je tedy polskou reprezentantkou a netřeba dodávat vám atletickým fajnšmekrům a příznivcům.
Good effort there from Zabrovska.
Was it 56 metrů a 90 cm. Daria Zabavská ozdobila hned úvod soutěže tímto vynikajícím hodem dlouhým.
56.92, so a good opener. She really stamps a seal on this competition so far. His daughter Kedekes, 21 years of age. We expect to see her in Bergen at the European Athletics Under-23 Championships later on this year. Best of 57.42. Here's the event favourite, Pamela Amici, attended Princeton University, talented many areas as well as discus throwing. San Francisco born, but qualifies for Nigeria through her parents, and she's opted to represent the African country. They're wearing the Nigerian kit. I don't think she'll be too happy with that. Cruise 63.01 in that wind tunnel in Ramona. It's become now famous as a world record site, so foul. She just walks out. Yes, it does look like we're witnessing one of the women from the start list. I think it's Mazarova, in case you're looking at start list. So we go back to the start again with Teresa Mikulikova. That's a bit shy of her first round effort. Mikulikova at 42.47 in the first round. Don't think that's close to it. 39.67. So no improvement for Mikulikova. Varga fouled her first attempt. So the Olympic Brno athlete looking to do better and get a legal effort in with this attempt. That looks quite good. 45, 46 meters with the naked eye. It's quite sunny out there, a little bit breezy, but certainly sunny. Been blessed with extremely good weather in Central Europe over the last few days, indeed few weeks. So, Dobresova, 44.31 in the first round. That's roughly around the same distance. Okay, just getting some input from the coach there. 45.78 for Vargova. Drops down at around 47 meters for Dobresova. So not too happy with it. 44-31 though in the first round, so decent effort.
A teď Sára Dočekalová. Stále je Sára nejlepší českou diskařkou v dosavadního průběhu soutěže.
Not quite as far though for Domažlice. That's probably around 44, 43 meters for Rakova. Now, Barbara Tisha, as you can see there from the graphic, 2 times Czech champion in 2022 and 2024.
Barbara Tichá a její druhý křížek. Dorostenecké kategorii na mistrovství Evropy, pak to bylo juniorské mistrovství starého kontinentu a také evropský šampionát do 30 let. Teď Daria Zabavská, vedoucí závodnice.
So Tisha, another foul for the 2-time Czech champion. That's a good effort though from Daria Zabavská, leading the way at the moment.
Maďarská diskařka útočí ze druhé pozice.
Zabavská doesn't improve on her first round of 56.92.
Tedy Dora Kerekeš a její druhý pokus, jinak Daria Zabavská, která je ve vedení, tak vlastně otevírá, nebo je 22. Někdo přesný, otevírá cyklistiku. Je 22. v letošních
Kerekas is measured. It's at around the 54-meter mark, so it's not going to take the lead. 3 times Hungarian champion. Best of 57.42 came 2 years ago. Now, well, after that foul in the first round, what can Pamela Amiche do? 56.92, which should be well within her capabilities. That may be around 55 meters. I don't think that's going to take the lead though for the Nigerian. Slightly surprised winner of the All Africa Games last year. Took that title in Accra last year. Currently number 2 on the Nigerian all-time list. So 55.89. But she's got a legal throw in and she can build on that. Brief prize giving presentation from earlier. So these are the girls under 18 javelin.
Rozloučila se soutěží a na závěr si nechala to nejlepší také druhá v pořadí a tou je závodnice SK Jeseniova Alice Duchoňová. Alice ještě tlačila na ten nejvyšší stupínek, bylo to velké drama do samotného závěru a její výkon 46-33. Gratulujeme. Nejúspěšnější dorostenkou mezi oštěpařkami dnešního dne se stává reprezentantka USK Frohout Ústí nad Labem Zuzana Dvořáková.
Zuzana Boráková setting a personal best of 46.49. With the 2009 birth date, she'll be eligible for next year's European Under-18 Championships, which will be held in the wonderful Italian town of Rieti. So we look forward to seeing more of Zuzana Boráková and her two colleagues on the podium. The women's discus progresses. Of course, we're seeing these presentations because, of course, there's also local live streaming in Czechia. And, of course, very important to encourage the local athletes as well. So this is the women's under 20.
Jedné z favoritek, velmi vysoko postavená závodnice v českých tabulkách, nakonec je z druhá pozice. Nejúspěšnější a vítěznou oštěpařkou mezi juniorkami se stává reprezentantka atletického klubu Škoda Plzeň Adela Hanáková.
So Adela Hanáková from the Skoda Pilsen Club.
Adela měla opravdu velmi silnou sérii, především ty hraniční, tedy první a poslední pokus.
Personal best of 47.37, and she wasn't far from that this morning. 47.14. Takes away some good memories and a nice little prize of 2,000 Czech crowns. The winner of this competition, though, it's 1,000 euros. So, this is Bora Tisha. Drops down at around the... I should have said it, Sara Dosekalova. Good personal best in the early season competitions to 50.26 this year. 48.12 her best in this competition so far. Now, two-time Czech champion, Bora Tisha. She's slow and steady across the circle. Strong thrower. Not the quickest in the circle. So Tisha, 50.46 for her. Let's look now at Daria Zabrowska going into the circle.
Dámy a pánové, a po...
That's a foul for her. No, it's a better one. It's given us 57.88, so that consolidates her lead at the moment. So the boys, men these days, but it used to be the boys. Svoboda Magyar, 62.24. And Petr Hošek, who's standing on the silver medal podium. Happy man, having thrown over 60 meters for the first time in his life, 60.82.
Maďarský reprezentant from Magyarország, Tamás Szabolcs, Magyar. Je to první dorost letošních
Magyar takes the plaudits in the men's under-18 javelin with 62.24.
Vítězný výkon Sabolče Tamáše Magyara má hodnotu 62 metrů a 24 cm. Děkujeme nejlepším poštěpařům dorostenecké kategorie. A gratulujeme. No, abychom ten dopolední kolo poštěpařských soutěží měli kompletní, co se týká slavnostního ceremoniálu, tak mohou chybět také junioři. Tedy muži pod 20 let.
Boys look very happy as we have the next presentation. The women's discus still going on in the background. We'll bring you up to speed with that. Can tell you that Pamela Amici through 54.57 in the third round, so still in second place with 55.89. This is the men's under 20 javelin. Josef Sindlar of the, once again you'll be hearing quite a lot of this club, the Skoda Pilsen Club, one of the powerhouses of Czech athletics. Josef Sindlar. Zahájil velmi zostra 68-59, potom se přiblížil svému absolutnímu osobáku na 13 cm, hodem dlouhým 60 potentially, well, we could see him at the European Under-20 Championships later in the year when we're off to Finland, to Tampere in the middle of August. Czech javelin throwing. What more can you say? We're going to see some great javelin throwing, I'm sure, later on in the men's and women's events. Jan Zalesny, who might well be in the crowd here, and I'll tell you why a bit later on in this program. Still the world record holder. So we're now in the fourth round. This is Rakova. A personal best in the last round of 45.69.
Zatím 45.78.
So this is Leona Vargova. Of course, the order has now been reshuffled as we're at the halfway point. Vargova 45.78, so about 5 meters down on her personal best. That's an improvement for Vargova, 46.56.
Těsně před Elišku Dobešovou, ta ale bude odpovídat ještě v rámci čtvrté série. Je to bohužel červený praporek, Eliška zůstává 48,85. výkon, který se v podstatě zachránila v soutěži ve třetí sérii.
So Sara Doselakova.
No, zase netrefila optimálně.
49.67, so good effort for Doselakova. Less than a metre shy of her personal best. Now Dora Karekes. Well, the Hungarian struggling a little bit to find good form here. Obviously very early season, so not necessarily expecting really big throws, but a foul for Karekes. Stays in third place though. And just to remind you, this World Athletics Continental Tour competition, first places in the international events get you no less than €1,000, second €600, third €500. This woman at the moment is banking a cheque for €600. Pamela Ameche, that didn't go well. It looked as though she lost control of that, and it flung right the way out to the left-hand side of the sector. That'll be a foul for the Nigerian. So it's Daria Zabowska going into the circle. Stalwart of the Polish teams in recent years, now 30 years of age. European under-23 silver medalist back in 2017. Well, leads the way at the moment with 57.88. That's a good effort around her leading mark. So no improvement for Zabrowska as we go into the fifth round. In fact, in the end, it was given as a foul for Dubrovska. I think she just might have walked out of the circle. So we start with Kristina Borakova. So the personal best in the last round of 45.69.
To je samozřejmě zásadní pro ní. Posun na 7. místo, 47.65, teď odpovídá Leona Vargová.
So good improvement for Varakova, 47.65. Almost 2 meters improvement for Varakova. Going into the circle now, Leonie Vargova. Now, not happy. 45.76, her best at the moment. Wasn't that far away from her personal best though, 45.73. So Dobesova. .85 her best. And this is Sabra Sakalova. That's a decent effort from her, around the 48-meter mark. Well, that might well be an improvement. She's got 49.67 to her best at the moment. No, not quite. 46.35. A little better than it was in the end. That's my fault. Now, Tisha. .50.46 for the two-time Czech champion, but that's out of the sector, I think. No, he shakes her head in dismay. So now the international athletes. Laura Carekes. 53.31 for Carekes. Has a best of 40, I should say 57.42 from 2 years ago. Went to the last World Championships and European Championships for Hungary, but didn't get out of the qualifying rounds. Carekes 53.36. That's a 5 centimetre improvement for her. So what can the next woman into the circle, Pamela Amici, do? Had a good breakthrough year last year, throwing over 63 metres for the first time, and as I said, took the African Games title, took the African Championships, which was a separate competition, took the silver medal there. And she's sort of hopping and skipping across the circle. Technique is slightly evading her at the moment. It's not the fluent sort of technique across the circle that really generates the big throws. 55.10, so no improvement for Amici. So Zabrowska 57.88 in the third round. A foul with her last attempt in the fourth round. What can Zabrowska do now? 6 times Polish champion. Looks like a foul, yes, confirmed. So as we go into the last round, that's the standings. Zabrowska leading the way by just 1 centimetre less than 2 metres. 57.88 from Amici, 55.89, and Carekes 53.36. So we start the last round now. This is Vorákova. I should say. It is Vorákova. Not. I will have to confess, I'm not 100% familiar with all the Czech athletes. Vorákova was pushed back to 8th place with the 2 personal bests of Vorákova in the last couple of rounds. No improvement for Vargova. Oh, that's a good effort. Sarah Sokolova. Just waiting for the result there. That was very close to 50 meters for Sokolova. 49.28. That moves her up a place ahead of this woman, Eliška Dobešová. She's quite slow across the circle. 47.18, so no improvement for Dobešová. Going into the circle now, the best of the Czech throwers, Barbora Ticha. Personal best of over 56 meters, 56.07. Not quite reaching those sort of distances today. She's about 5.5 meters down on that. And that's not going over 50 meters, so that's going to be no improvement for Ticha. She's going to have to settle for 4th place. Pole position amongst the Czech throwers in this women's discus, bested by the 3 international competitors. And Barbora Ticha finishes with a foul, so she finishes 4th with 50.46. Now, Dora Karekes. 53.36 in the last round, so that was an improvement for her. As I mentioned a little earlier, has a best over 57 meters. Not the women finding the really big distances, so I'm not sure the wind is very helpful for her, or indeed any of the other top competitors, although we have seen one personal best. So Karekes, 51.46. No improvement for her, and she stays in 3rd place. She'll still go back to Hungary with a check for €500. Pamela Amiche. She's had a busy year so far. Had 3 competitions in April, all in that, what we like to call the wind tunnel in Ramona in Oklahoma. Thrown over at least 56 meters in every single competition she's had so far this year. It doesn't look good though. That might be a slight improvement on a earlier throw of 55.89, which has her in 2nd place at the moment. No, 55.23. So a slightly disappointing competition, it has to be said, on a first outing this year in Europe for Pamela Amiche. Getting behind Daria Zaborska. 57.88, confirmed in 1st place for the pole. And that is a really good effort at close to the 60-meter line. So she's left the very best until last. And it's Daria Zaborska. Now, yes, it looks good in the circle. 59.63, so a meeting record for Zaborska as well. Not sure whether there's any prize bonus for a meeting record, but hey, what a way to finish the women's discus competition. Outstanding performance at the very last from Daria Zaborska, who stamped her authority all over this women's discus competition here in Domažlice. Meeting record. Always good to see that. What a way to start the international events here. Had 3 fouls, but her 3 valid throws were better than anyone else that could manage. 13:30 Central European time, 2 hours ahead of UTC. Used to be called GMT. It's Greenwich Mean Time. It's now Universal Time. There's the full set of results. 49.63 takes first place for Daria Zabrowska of Poland, former European under-23 silver medalist, coming in first place here in this competition. Nice start to proceedings. But what's the serious start to her outdoor season? Finished down in 8th at the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia back in March. Didn't throw well on that day, but throwing much better here at 59.63. Season's best as well, although she's only had 2 outings. And there's the full lineup. So the next action will be coming up in about 40 minutes. So we're going to take quite a considerable break from commentary, but do join us again in about 35 minutes.
Pojď se trošku, víš tam.
Well, welcome back to the Domažlice throws meeting, coming to you from the very west of the what used to be known as the Czech Republic, Czechia nowadays. That's only changed about 18 months ago. And these are the final practice throws in the men's discus, but we've got a terrific lineup for you. There's the complete lineup, headed by Shaquille Emanuelson, the newly minted Dutch record holder with that magnificent throw at 69.65. Marek Barta, long-time Czech #1, also in there. Very strong field. And in this event, Czech Republic have some outstanding other competitors as well as the three-time former African champion Victor Hogan from South Africa, also in the field. Well, we've already seen one outstanding performance this afternoon. Meeting record from the Pole, Daria Zabrowska, 59.63, about 35 minutes ago, with the very last throw of that competition. Wonder if we're going to see some similarly outstanding men's discus throws as well, just coming up in the next 45 minutes. Following on from this, we've got two excellent men's and women's shot puts and javelins, and there's the full lineup. There's Christoph Nedela, now 21 years of age. Best of 55.14 last year. And Schrodel from the Tepo Kladno club, close to Prague. 57.24 thrower at best. So this is Jakob Veit. First of two Veit brothers in this competition, both twins. We'll see his brother Michael very shortly. Veit has already been throwing well over 58 meters this year, just short of his personal best. Janes Husak from Hungary, 65-meter thrower. Now 33 years of age though. Husak hasn't been throwing over 60 meters for a year or two. Three-time African champion from South Africa, Victor Hogan. 66.14, his best. This is the other twin. Both men 24 years of age, Mikkel Forage.
We took him only because, reason.
He's the Czech #1 for many years, 8 national titles to his name. Marek Barta, 67 meters exactly at the University of Brno, clubman. And many people, a new name on the scene, but he made a huge impact last month when he threw a Dutch record of 69.65. Shaquille Emanuelson. Emanuelson currently 9th on the world list so far this year. That 69.65 shot him well up the world all-time rankings. So we saw a little bit earlier, the wind conditions are not too helpful here in Domažlice. Nevertheless, we're still expecting to see some good distances.
Dobře víte, že opravdu letošní rok byl hododiskem naprosto výjimečný, protože litevský pilota Nikolas Alekna sáhl do 75 cm. To nedělá, už je připravený.
Prosím vás, takže začneme, tamhle je cedule se jménem a minutu máte tady, že tam na ní kruceně místo do boka něco. Prosím? Dobrý, takže můžeme začít.
So the first man to go into the circle will be Christoph Nedela. Already had one competition this year. Member of the Olympic Prague club, 21 years of age. He's got the target of the European Under-23 Championships in July this year. Through 52.67, his first outing of the year. His best of 55.14 came last year in Tabor. Let's see whether he's had a good winter. The stadium, as you might have heard me saying earlier, is the Meshki Stadion Stelnica. It's the home ground of the local football club, Hvězdného Domažlice, who are currently riding high in the Czech third division at the moment, looking for promotion. Got relegated last year, one of those yo-yo teams in recent years between the Czech second and third tiers. Nedula, though, not quite sure who he supports. One of the Prague clubs, probably. So. Nedula, unfortunately, starting with a foul, I think. That's well out of the sector, out to the left-hand side. See the cross there against Peter Prochaska. He was on the start list, but the 57-meter man not competing. This is Jan Brazil. Drops down at around 58 meters, I think. You can see the 60-meter line out there. Wrong, this is Jakob Forrest. Forrest. $53.70 for Forrest.
Má osobách přes 65 metrů, konkrétně 65,54, vlastně doby jeho největší slávy, ty se počítají, datují do let okolo sezony 2020.
This is Janos Hušák.
On takzvaně letěl opačně.
Just waiting for his mark. For Hušák. So 56.42 for Hušák. As Victor Hogans goes into the circle. Hogan, dressed all in black. And it drops down around the 60-meter mark for Hogan. Hogan now 35 years of age. 60-35 to take the lead at this early stage in the competition. So it's the second of the two Foray brothers, Mikhail Foray. effort from Foray. And Marek Barta, you can see, 6 times defending Czech champion, 8 titles in total for Marek Barta. Now 32 years of age. He's been around the scene a long time, Barta. Of course, the Czech record, quite a stunning mark. Held since I think it was about 1980s by Imre Buga. Over 71 meters. Right.
Tabulek starého kontinentu, tedy Evropy, sezóny 2025.
So Barta, 55.95. Now what can this man do? Oh, it's a big effort. Oh, perhaps just the angle of trajectory just a little bit too high. Just looked good. It just drops down short at around 58 meters or so. 57.58 for Shaquille Emanuelson to start proceedings. So not quite in the form he showed at the last month when he went out to Ramona to that big discus competition. So we start the second round now with Christoph Nedela. So 53.24. He's only had 2 competitions, but that's a season's best for the Prague man. Following him to the circle, Peter Prochaska. Had a foul in the first round. Oh, sort of bowled that over, just over 50 meters. By a few centimeters, but won't be happy with that at all. Prochaska. Looking at the start list, we've actually lost Jan Cheville. It's not a starter, as you can see there, a DNS. Prochaska gets a legal mark of 50.15. Now Jakob Foray. 53.70 in the first round. Oh, that's right on the sector. Was that a legal effort? Not sure. No, it's given us a foul. Now, Marek Barta. Oh, my apologies. Janusz Hušek. He's won 1 Hungarian title in his career. His best came back in 2021 of 65.54. So it's a bit windy out there, and you can see from the apparel that they've got it. Temperature might now start just dropping just a little bit. So Hušák improves to 59.93. It's a good effort from Hušák. That's his best. One of his best efforts in recent years, to be fair. Now Horgan, easily identifiable figure with all black kit. He's taken his tracksuit bottoms off for that second effort. Horgan improves to 61.26. Throwing well, Horgan. So Michael Foray had a foul in the first round. Oh, that's better, that's much better. That is around the 60-meter mark. Has a best of 61.28. Just waiting for his result to come up. It looks as though it was given again as a foul, but it was a good effort, got good distance on it. Now, Mari Barta. Quite high release. So it drops down at about 58 meters, and see Barta not happy. He threw 67 meters earlier this year in Ramona, about 4 weeks ago. Just checking because there was a whole series of competitions. Not quite sure whether it was the same competition that this man threw the Dutch record of 69.65. Yes, it was. Yes. In fact, he finished one place behind him in that competition. That's over 60 meters for Emanuelson. Emanuelson took the Dutch title for the very first time last year after 3 silver medals and a bronze medal. Went off to the European Championships. So we start the third round. Leading the way, Victor Horgan, 61.29 at this moment, but that throw of 60.35 for Shaquille Emanuelson moves him up into second place. Christophe Nedela, 53.24, down in sixth at the moment. So foul for Nedela as we look at Peter Prochaska going into the circle. 50-15 at the moment. Not much of an improvement. Slightly better than his second round effort. So Prochaska improves to 51.06, improves by just under a meter. So it's now Janos Hušák going into the circle. A little bit better from Hušák. Just waiting for his mark. Let's see if I can bring it up on my results system. Yeah, so Hušák improves the...
Bohužel teď se nesetkal s optimální otočkou. Jánoš Husák zůstává na 59 metrech a 93 centimetrech a třetí. Do kruhu se teď dostává lídr běžné klasifikace a tím je jeho Afričan Viktor Hogan.
Foul for Hušák.
20. muž světového rankingu. Zatím 61-29. Já připomínám ten rekord.
So it's the event leader, Viktor Hogan, with that second round 61.29. Hogan also threw over 60 meters in the previous round. That might have just dropped down just very slightly shy by a couple of centimeters, short of 50 centimeters. 59.96 indeed, 6 centimeters shy of that line. So, Michal Fouré.
Bohužel vidíme na dálku zase červený praporek.
Fouré, 2 fouls to his name at the moment. I think that's finally... No, once again, it's another foul. So he's having problems, is Michael Fouré. Marek Barter leading the Czech contingents at the moment with 56.90. He can do a lot better than that. And that indeed was an improvement. Just waiting for the mark. $57.90. Doesn't move him up any place. He's still in 4th place at the moment, behind the 3 international competitors, Hušák, Hogan and Emanuelson. And move away from the discus, the women's 1,000 meters. Just 2 women in this race. Fortunate. I hope we do switch back to the discus very shortly. I think it's just the 2 Kladno runners, Marie Mikliškova and Teresa Ricky. Keep you up to date with what's going on in the discus as we keep going. Yes, confirmation. It is the 2 women from Tepel Kladno who come here just to have 5 laps. Sorry, still in my indoor mode. 2.5 laps of the track here in Domažlice. So, And we're back at the discus. We'll bring you the results of the women's under 23,000 meters, under 21,000 meters, I should say, in a moment.
Který byl sesazen na 8. příčku a vychází teď ze svého nejlepšího výkonu 51.06 zatím.
So Michael Foray gets the 4th round underway. Only 8 competitors, so despite the fact that he's got 3 fouls, he gets a further 3 efforts. 55.05 for Foray. Looks as though it was Teresa Ricky who came out on top there. She was the better by 4 seconds on personal best. So this is Christoph Nederler. In case you're wondering, Peter Prochaska, who preceded him, got a foul.
No jdeme na to, dámy a pánové. Jakub Forej, vidíme plzeňský dres, Škoda Plzeň. Jakub útočí ze 7. pozice, rozhodně má navíc. A pomůžeme diskařům, protože teď už jsme se dostali do druhé poloviny soutěže, tady jde do druhého.
So this is Jakub Foray. He's just been overtaken by his twin brother.
Je tady za prvé možnost, tedy ta otázka, kdo se stane nejlepším českým diskařem této soutěže. A vidíme, že Foray se posunul na 56.09. Je to krásná bitva vlastně mezi 4. a 7. místem.
And he's gone back in front again. 56.09. Good effort there from Foray. And the best of the Czech throwers just about to go into the circle. Marek Barta. Barta improved to 57.90 in the 3rd round. He's still struggling for form after that massive 67-meter effort a few years ago. Few weeks ago.
Výborně, výborně. Mělo by to být pro Marka 3. zlepšení v této soutěži. Jinak to vlastně ani nešlo, protože jsme ve 4. sérii a všichni předchozí český závodníci, kteří zaznamenali ve 4. pokusech pokus házení, tak se zlepšili stejně jako Marek Bárta 59.50. Tím stává 4. A jdeme na to, podpoříme samozřejmě také i ty zahraniční. Jánoš Husák, Maďarsko. Ten už si v Domažlicích posunul hodnotu nejlepšího osobního.
So Barta improves to 59.50.
Zatím 59.93 a 3. místo.
As Jakub Husák goes into the circle. Now Husák. 59.93, still in 3rd place at the moment. Big question is whether the Hungarians improved with that effort. Husák now 33 years of age. 4 years ago through 65 meters, had a couple of throws over 65 meters in 2021, his best year. Been to a couple of European Championships in 2016, 2022. Didn't get out of qualifying rounds on those occasions, so... Now, Shaquille Emanuelson. Oh, that looks like it could have taken the lead with that effort. Oh, it just... Slightly deceptive. He's stripped off for action now, the Dutchman. 58.23. little bit deceptive with the discus bouncing around there. So he's still in second place with 60.35 in the second round. Now Victor Hogan. Good series, 60.35. The leader 61.29 and then 59.94 in the last round. So just over 60 meters. No improvement for Horgan, but he's still in the lead. 61.29 coming in the second round. So we start again with Michael Foray. 55.05, his only legal throw coming in the last round. He can do a lot better though.
Následuje Petr Procházka, tempo Kladno. A ten chce také slyšet váš aplaus, váš potlesk a podporu. Petr Procházka.
Petr Procházka.
Ono to ještě půjde, bylo to zase na hraně 50 metrů. Petr Procházka má zapsáno 50.
It's a bit better, well over 50 meters.
Je průběžně 8. Na 6. místě je aktuálně Krištof Neděla.
Oh, giving us a foul. Difficult to see. We're not seeing the. Yes, it has been given us a foul. We're not seeing the red flags.
Krištof je čtvrtým mužem letošních českých tabulek. Za pátou Forejtet, Jakubem Forejtet a Davidem Jarolíkem.
So, Christoph Nedela going into the circle.
Na páté pozici je momentálně Jakub Forejt, 56.09, to je výkon, na který se zlepšil v předchozí sérii.
Nedela, I think that was a personal best of 55.65 for the man from Prague. That's 53 centimeters to his best. So he'll be well pleased with that. Of course, 55 meters is not going to challenge for major international honours, but nevertheless, personal best in this competition, an excellent performance. This is Jakub Foreš. Now Mary Barta lies fifth on the Czech all-time list. That Czech record of 71.26 to Imrich Buga being on the cards since, well, 40 years, 1985. Oh, he's quick in the circle. He's starting to improve now, and that's over 60 meters. Good effort there from Barta. That was his first 60-meter plus throw. Starting to find his form as this competition carries on. 59.50 in the previous round for Barta. That's definitely over 60 meters. Well, they're giving it as 59.58, so not quite 60 meters. Nevertheless, keeps him in third place. I should say moves him up into third place, just 5 centimeters ahead of Janusz Huszak. And it's Huszak who goes into the circle now. Hungarian. So he's just been nudged out of the top three, but that was a foul for Hušák. Going for Baroque. Yeah, Manuelsen just struggling a little bit to find his good form. 60-35. Not a mind reader, but I would imagine he's not happy with that. Good technique. He gets a long pull on it. Comes from a famous Dutch sporting family. His grandmother, Gerta van der Kroek, was a well-known multi-eventer back in the 60s. Dutch titles. So Manuelsen, 59-45. No improvement for the Dutchman. Still in second place with 60-35. And the man in black, Victor Horgan, leading the way. There we have him, the South African, 61-29. So good performance from the South African. Hope he doesn't mind if we call him the veteran South African at 35 years of age. That's bang on the 60-meter line again. And a good consistent series as well for the three-time African champion. Still leads the way with 61-29. As we go into the last round, Hogan's 59-36. So the first man to go into the circle in the last round is Mikael Faure. 55.05 for Faure at the moment. Might possibly be around that mark, maybe a few centimetre improvement. He's not really on song. 56.54. So it is an improvement for Faure. Moves him up a couple of places, I think. There we go. Yes. Takes him in front of Christoph Nedela. Peter Prochaska. .26 years of age. 57 meters, 67 at best. No, that drops down short. That's going to be no improvement for Prochaska. Is he getting it measured? No. He's walked out. You can hear somebody shouting at Christoph Nedela. Just wondering whether it was his coach. Hey, he's got a PB. Personal best in the previous round. 55-65, so good effort from the Olympic Prague man, wearing his club colours. Not quite as far this time. 51-46. A personal best in the last round, so a good outing for Christoph Nedela. This is Jakob Faure. Drops down at about the 54-meter mark, so he's walking out. I think he might have just spun out rather than walked out. Just couldn't quite hold his control his movement in the circle. This is Marek Barta. Third place at the moment, moved up to third in the last round, overtaking Janusz Hušák. 59.98. Looking for the 60-meter mark. Through 67 meters last month, personal best in the United States. Well, comes down short of 60 meters, about the 58-meter mark. So 57.45. Measures out in the infield, doing a fantastic job. Very quick to get the scores and the distances up. So it's the last three throwers. Janusz Huszak has just been pushed off the podium in the fifth round by Marek Barta. How can he respond? Another 5 centimeters and he'll be back into third place. No, that's not going to do it. Comes down at around 58 meters. No, shakes his head. Not his best of days. 58.60 in the last round for Janusz Huszak. Finishes in fourth with 59.93. Now, just 2 men remaining. The 2 men who've thrown over 60 meters in this competition, starting with Shaquille Emanuelson. Clatters down. Well, that was over 60 meters, and it was bouncing for another 10 meters after that. Back in 2019, we were in Borash. I was watching Emanuelson finish 6th in the European Under-20 Championships that year, and he's come on in the last couple of years. So 61.50 to take the lead for Emanuelson. He's come good in the last round, which means it's down to Victor Horgan. How can Horgan respond? 61.29 in the second round, and that's stayed at the lead as the lead. The very last throw of this men's discus competition. Oh, and he responds in fine fashion. Now, is it long enough? It's very close to that 61.50 mark unleashed by Emanuelson just a moment or two ago. 61.58. Sporting congratulations there from Emanuelson. Horgan responding in fine fashion there to recapture the lead and take that €1,000 first prize. So Victor Horgan wins the men's discus with 61.58. So we've got the men's 1,000 meters. Next field event action coming up will be in 15 minutes time when we'll have the women's shot put. For the moment, we've got the men's 1,000 meters. 6 men in this competition. Last performer in this is the man on the outside, Davidic. Now, I think it could well turn into a solo run for Davidic, who's got a personal best of 2:21.89. Let's see what the pace looks like at 400 meters. Yes, indeed, it is Davidic who's just taking it out straight away. And this is turning into almost a time trial and a training session for Davidic. The Dukla Prague man.
kteří běželi zhruba před 20 minutami právě na této trati 1000 metrů a v posledních rekordech se seřadili.
340, 400 meter man at best. 340.73 is best. Fourth at the World Junior Championships in 2021, so a class act indeed. Yes, this is just turning into a time trial, and he's leaving everyone trailing a long, long way in his wake. I had a busy indoor season. Only finished third in the National Championships over 800 metres. A bit of a disappointment for him at those championships. Didn't go to the European indoors.
Také na této trati samozřejmě máme rekord stadionu, respektive meetingu podání Filipa Sasínka, Hvězdného českého výtlaře.
On the European Youth Olympic Festival 1500 metres title back in 2019. So talented teenager, just starting to find his feet in the senior ranks. So 2:25.35. 3.5 seconds outside his best, but a good outing for Jakub Davidik. First outdoor race of the year for Davidik. He's actually just looking it up, the Czech record holder at this distance. I should say Czech under 23 record holder at this distance, although now he's just moved into the senior ranks at just turning 23. Struggled with injuries a little bit, just looking up some information on him over the course of the last couple of years. Hasn't quite so far really reached the heights of his teenage career, but improving. So Jakub Davidik, 2:25.33, personal best for Václav Herbs behind him at 2:30.78. Good run for Herbs. Christian Rambushek taking third place just a little bit further back. But very much a solo outing for Jakub Davidik, winning by about 40 metres from Václav Herbs. So with the women's shot put scheduled to start at 15:05 local time, that's Central European time in Domažlice, we'll take a break for about 7 minutes. Join us again just before 3:05 Central European time.
Po nich už to bude zase soutěž oštěpařů, to je pochopitelně ostře sledovaná disciplína, která zahrnuje celkem 8 závodníků, 8 oštěpařů. A tady bude to mezinárodní startovní pole ještě pestřejší, než jakého jsme byli svědky v soutěži diskařek a diskařů. nás čeká opravdu velké vzrušení hned ve dvou technických sektorech, ale jak jsem řekl, tak poštěpaři odstartují tu ostrou soutěž až za 20 minut, ale za necelých 6 minut to budou koulařky. No a tam také registrujeme docela významnou, nebo dost významnou mezinárodní účast, protože v tom 8členném startovním poli budou závodnice vrhačky hned 5 zemí.
So there's the 8 women who will be contesting the shot put here in Domažlice. Veronika Kalova, Olympic Prague competitor wearing the blue apparel. She'll be the first to go into the circle, and then she'll be the first to be presented to the crowd here in the Meshki Stadion Stelnica. Few interesting competitors.
Dámy a pánové, uvidíme seřazené koulařky, těch bude 8, pravdu, ještě čekáme na největší favoritku a jak jsem řekl, tak
4 Czech women in this field and then competitors from Slovak Republic, Hungary, Iceland and Great Britain.
4 domácí vrhačky se budou prezentovat na maličkou chvilku.
Here, I'm just wondering whether we've got all the competitors there. Give you confirmation of that in a minute. We are expecting 8 competitors, but I can only count 7 women out there. Meeting record is 18:01. Well, not the women so far in this competition have reached that distance. Got a couple of 17-meter throwers out there.
Jinak letošní světové tabulky ve prvokoulí vede také Evropanka Jessica Schilder z Nizozemska 1969 a teď už bude všechno skutečně připraveno k představení 8 aktérek ve prvokoulí a připomínám, že je to opět ten elitní bronzový závod v rámci bronzového mítinku Hvězdného házení. Jako první se prezentuje česká závodnice, která loni byla ještě juniorkou, Veronika Kalová.
Veronika Kalova, 14:59 at best for the Olympic Prague athlete.
Marta Zachařová.
Marta Zakharova.
S osobním rekordem 15:46
another 14-meter plus thrower, 14:62. Karolina Maškova, best of 15:46 from the Skolda Pilsen Club. Natalia Veláková from Slovakia. Just over the border. Has improved this year to 15:19 indoors. And then you have the 2024 World Junior Championships silver medalist. She's only just turned 20, Martina Mazurova from Olomouc.
Osobním rekordem 17:92 letos 17:63 přicestovala do Domažlic Islanďanka Erna Solej Gunnarsdóttir.
Sally Gunnarsdottir, 17 m thrower at best. And this is Adele Nicol. Great story about Adele Nicol, also a very talented bobslayer. This is her first competition of the year. She's been spending the winter doing bobsleigh. She was a reserve for the 2022 Winter Olympics. I'm just wondering whether she's really got a set sight on the Winter Olympics next year. She was just missed out on selection for the British bobsleigh team last time around. Nicol, Welsh athlete. So. Caliber, the first to go into the circle, and gets a red flag. Not the best of starts, but just 8 women in this competition. Well, they'll all get 6 efforts. I was measured at 12.78, sorry, slight confusion there. Of course, to get the full results for this competition, you can go to the European Athletics website, and that provides a link to the local results service.
Jinak oštěpaři připomínám, začínají za necelých 15 minut, 15 hodin a 20 minut.
So 14.62, that equals the personal best for Zacharova.
Pro Martu osobní rekord, tak gratulujeme a tím se navíc zařadí
Tall
na
athlete,
místo letošních českých
rangy putter. So a good start for Marta Zacharova.
Karolína Vachová.
This is Karolina Vachova. Difficult to tell the differences using the camera angle from the back of the circle. Try and keep you up to date with everything.
Zvlášť pro tento region, reprezentantka Škody Plzeň. Jak jsem řekl, teprve juniorka, ročník narození 2006.
1376
juniorského šampionátu. Letos nový titul mistryně republiky. 1378 na úvod. A teď Natália Váleková, reprezentantka Slovenska.
And the visitor from over the border from Slovak Republic, Natalia Velakova. So said, improved to 15.19 indoors. Looking to try and find similar form in this competition.
První 15-metrový pokus v soutěži koulařek. 15:10 pro Natáliu Válekovou. A pozor, teď to bude Martina Mazurová z atletického klubu.
Martina
Je to ročník narození 2005.
Mazurova, 16.49 she's improved to this year. This is the 4-kilogram implement that she's using. That was her last competition on home soil in Olomouc last weekend. I'd say last weekend, it was actually just 3 days ago. Just looking at my stats. One of the real talents. 15.17. Expect to see her at the European Under-23 Championships. She's moved from the Under-20 to the Under-23 ranks this year. They'll be coming up as in Tampere in Finland in July. So Renata Bergajasi. 16.86 at best for Bergajasi, but 15.53 is sufficient to see her move into the lead.
Podle těch osobních výkonů z posledních sezon to může být hodně zajímavá bitva, alespoň podle papírových předpokladů ano.
Here's the Icelandic putter, Erna Soleil Gunnarsdottir. 25 years of age now, was a bronze medalist at the European Under-20 Championships back in 2019.
Jednak tedy výkony a také se ve velmi rychlém sledu mění průběžné lídryně, tedy vedoucí závodnice 15.95.
National records for Iceland at every single age level, indoors and out. 15.95 for the Icelandic athlete to start.
Která zaznamenala výkon 17.79 loni v Cardiffu a to je její nejlepší osobní výkon.
And this is Adele Nicole. Welsh athlete, competed for Wales at the 2022 Commonwealth Games, but very much a dual sports exponent. 16.66, good start for Nicole in her very first competition of the year. As I say, sort of been focusing on bobsleigh. Was recruited into bobsleigh by one of Britain's leading bobsleighers, Michael Moore, back in the winter of 2021-2022, when Moore saw videos of Nicole working out on Instagram. So, Caliver, 12.76, modest start for Caliver. It's not as quick, not as dynamic across the circle. You can see the differences between Caliver and some of the leading women in this competition.
Veronika Kalová se zlepšila, dostala se přes 13 metrů, ale zůstává 8. za 13.06. Následuje Marta Zachařová, která
last year, personal best coming in the Czech Club Championships in Tabor at the end of the season.
Tak zároveň na 3. místo českých tabulek.
So, Zachařová equaled her personal best in the last round. How close is that? Gets a white flag.
14.59, tak je to velká vyrovnanost. O 3 cm méně předvedla Marta Zachařová ve druhé sérii. Druhý pokus čeká Karolínu Machovou. Karolína Machová vlastně bojuje o návrat na 3. místo domácích.
So this is Karolina Nachova.
Letos 14.47. To je nestařený pokus, Karolína Machová zůstává 7. za 13.78 a teď přichází do kruhu Natália Váleková, Slovensko.
Also getting a foul in this round as well.
Ale momentálně je 5.
So no improvement on 13.78 for Machova. Quickly going through the competitors, this is Valakova.
Zvířila ta bílá linie ohraničující 15-metrovou hranici, ale je to těsně pod 14.94. Natália se
14.94 for Valakova.
Podání Veroniky Kalové a co teď předvede Martina Mazurová.
Not quite as far as her first round 15.10.
Šampionátu skončila 2x 4. na globálních akcích na evropském mistrovství
15.17
a také na mistrovství Evropy do 17 let.
Martina Mazurova, and the great hopes of yes, he didn't like that at all. She might have even caught the rim with her heel.
Mazurová asi nenechala změřit tento pokus. No, následují 3 závodníci.
Not to worry, 4 more attempts to come.
Prvním, druhém, třetím. Nejprve to bude Maďarka Renata Bereksasi. Jsme si ji částečně představili a její vynikající.
So Renata Bereksasi going into the circle, lying third overall at the moment with 15.53.
Loňský titul potvrdila také letos v hale.
Personal best of 16.86 came when she finished second in the B competition at the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia. He's thrown over 16 metres on a couple of occasions in a career. So 16.85. Just 1 centimetre shy of a personal best. Coach giving a good advice. I think that's the same coach that we saw helping Doro Kadekes in the discus. Sadly, I don't know this gentleman's name, but clearly doing a good job with Hungarian throwers, as Gunnarsdottir just taps the top of the stop board. So foul for Gunnarsdottir. Well, Gunnarsdottir just seen herself pushed down into third by Renata Berezashki, and Adele Nicol has just been pushed down to second. So how can Nicol respond? Well, it's a valid throw. Let's have a look how far it is. Unfortunately, can't see really very much from that angle. No sense of the distance. 16.65, so just 1 centimetre shy of her first round effort.
Závodnice, hlavně na prvních 3 pozicích, Renata Berezashki je ve vedení 16.85, ale podle všeho
So after 2 rounds, Renata Berezashki leading the way with 16.85. Into the circle, Veronika Kaleva, 13.06. Bringing up the rear at the moment. Body language gives it away, shaking her head. Well, she's not happy with her performance so far.
Pojď, Marti, pojď.
Tohle je pokus Marty Zachazové. Pokračují pokusy třetí série. Zatím 14.62 a 6. místo. Připomínám, že na 7. pozici
personal best of 14.62, which had been on the books since 2020 in round 1.
Tentokrát je to 13.96. Karolina Maková už se připravuje ke svému 3. pokusu.
No improvement for Sacharova. Now Machova in penultimate position in this competition. Taps the stop board.
Pokus podle představ zůstává 7. výkonem 13.78. Aktuálně je tedy 4. v českých tabulkách jako nejlepší juniorka. Je to ročník narození 2006. A jdeme dál 3. sérií. Soutěží koulařek Natália Váleková, Slovensko. 1 z 5
Slovak Republics. Natalia Velikova. Sort of bowled it over.
Zase to bylo na hraně, opět Natália v podstatě trefila tu bílou linii.
10 at the moment.
Tam viděli
from the first round to a name.
Něco méně 14.62, takže na 15.10 Natália zůstává. A teď přichází na řadu Martina Mazurová.
In the third round for Velikova from Slovak Republic, 14.62 to a name. Martina Mazurova. Mazurova 15.17 at the moment. Was that better? Yes, as you can see, we're not really able to tell the distances with this camera perched at the back of the circle. It will be no doubt very useful for coaching videos later. But she improves to 15:31. So a few centimetre improvements for the 2024 World Under-20 silver medalist. Now the event leader, Bergashevsky, just 1 centimetre short of a personal best in the last round. The Hungarian, using the rotational technique. Not quite the quickest in the circle, but very strong. $16.42, another good effort. Not quite an improvement, but a solid series from the Hungarian. Hungary are in Division 2 of the European Team Championships, which will be held next month in Maribor. And they're going to be strong contenders, perhaps, for a promotion position. No doubt helped if somebody like Bergashevsky can actually get good points for them. Here's Gunnarsdottir.
Ještě jeden pokus a Erna Gunnarsdottir se dostává do čela o 2 cm. To je obrovské drama a strhující souboj koulařek 16.87 a na to bude odpovídat Adel Nicol.
Gunnarsdottir takes the lead with that effort, 16.87. Now Adel Nicol started well with that 16.66 in the first round. Oh, I think she's taken she's taken a deliberate foul. Not happy with where it landed. She knows it was no improvement. So there we are. We've reached the halfway point in the women's shot. Leading the way, Erna Gunnarsdottir at 16.87, very close, just 2 centimeters ahead of Renata Bergashevsky. Switch away from the women's shot put competition to the men's javelin. Well, this is a strong field, good field. Eight men in this competition. So this is Martin Kolneschky of Czech Republic, but the man we're all going to be looking at is the man at the end of this echelon, Thomas Röhrle, Olympic champion in 2016. So Cedric Sorgelos. Three Belgians in this competition. Sorgelos, best of 79.82. Georgi Hersheg, he's down as Belgian, but in fact he's Hungarian. 84-meter man at best. Martin Florian, second of 3 Czech competitors. He's improved this year in the winter throwing competitions to 75.25. This is David Wegner, Poland. Very good under-20 competitor, now starting to make his mark in the senior ranks. Jaroslav Šilek, Czech number 1, 83.19 man at best. And this is Timothy Herman. He's Belgian, he's not Hungarian. It looks as though they've swapped Herzog and Herman around. Timothy Herman, 87.35, which he set a couple of years ago in a World Athletics Continental Tour Gold meeting in Nairobi. Surprised everyone. Very useful competitor. And this man, Thomas Röhrle, well, it's not a season's best. This is his debut for the year, but he's coming back after so many injury problems in recent years. Everybody just wishes him the best, and hopefully the man from Jena can put it all together. And Jena, of course, where Jan Zalesny set the world record at 98.48. That world record now. 29 years of standing. Set back in 1996. I'm just looking around to see whether he does pop up a lot of the places, Jan Selesny. We switched away from the women's shot put. No change in the lead at the moment. And the main positions. Bergazashki. Don't think that's an improvement for her, judging from the body language. She's in second place at the moment with 16.85. And bringing the fourth round to a close, Erna Soleil Gunnarsdottir.
Těžko soudit teď z našeho pohledu. Bylo to zase asi těsně.
Now Gunnarsdottir improves 16.91. So that improves her lead. Still only 6 centimeters margin over Bergazashki. Now Adele Nicole. A little bit of a surprise they're not changing the order around. I would have expected them to have resorted the order after the third round, but they're sticking with the original throwing order. Now Adele Nicole down in third, just walks out, so no improvement. She stays in third place with that first round, 16.66. So there's the full standings after 4 rounds, 2 rounds to go in the women's shot put. So, Herzig of Hungary.
To je zároveň maďarský rekord a Georgi Herceg je juniorským mistrem Evropy. Je opravdu velké kapacity, které nastupují v této soutěži.
Martin Konešky leading the way at the moment with just over 76 meters. Good effort from Konešky. Personal best of 80.08.
Do soutěže oštěpařů vstoupí Martin Florian.
This is Sakarova. Now we move on. Martin Florian. No, sort of threw it like a dart. That wasn't a good effort. Drops down well short of 70 meters. Once it measured.
Si Martin Florian zaslouží potlesk. Čekáme na změření. 66,83. Martin se zařazuje na 4. místo. Následuje pokus Davida Wegnera, polského reprezentanta. Dámy a pánové, a zároveň se blíží závody na 300 metrů. Nejprve to budou dorostenky, ale těch závodů opravdu bude více, konkrétně 4 běhy. Kategorie dorostenek, žen a potom běhy mužů na 300 metrů. Takže zase dávejme dobrý pozor, bedlivý pozor na dráze, protože tam na třeštětinách právě okruhu
David Wegner, the pole.
bude na 300 metrů. Level David Wegner z Polska s osobním rekordem 82,21 a vypadá to velice dobře nadějně na posun vysoko v průběžné klasifikaci. David se posouvá na 2. místo 74,70. Ve vedení je dál Martin Konečný 76,91 a teď další z českých závodníků Jaroslav Jílek.
So Jaroslav Šilek. Well, of all the Czech throwers, he's top man at the moment, 83.16. Of course, over the years, Czech Republic has produced such a great ensemble of throwers.
A ve vrhu koulí je to předposlední pátý pokus Martiny Mazurové, která je dál
Slightly put in the shadow in recent years by the likes of Jakub Vadlec. Many others, but Šilek still a very fine thrower on his day. Now, Timothy Herman. Herman, now 34 years of age. His best coming in 2023 with that national record of 87.35 in Nairobi. Didn't have a good year last year, didn't get over 80 meters last year. So looking for a bit of a return to form. We switch back to the track with the women's 300 meters. There's the under 18 for girls, and also mixing in various other age groups as well. Of course, 300 meters becoming a more popular distance over the course of the last year or two. I think we're seeing two of the runners who were in the in the 1,000 meters earlier, just having a training exercise. That looks like Teresa Ricci on the outside. Other inside, Mary Mikulikova. And it's Mikulikova who I think comes through to take the win. Yeah, it's 46.30 for Mikulikova. Yeah, she finished second in the 1,000 meters, but picks up a win in the 300 meters. And positions reversed with Teresa Ricci. Back to the javelin. Didn't see the throw, but Thomas Röhler got it over 80 meters, and that's a good result for Röhler. Like our director to stay with the javelin, I have to say. That's where the action is at the moment. Also got quite a good women's shot put going on. As I speak of the women's shot put. Here's Machova. Machova not really finding her form. 13.60, that's about 2 meters short of a personal best. So this is Sacharova, who got that personal best in the first round, or should I say equaled her personal best, 14.62. She just tapped the stopboard, not happy with it.
Martina Mazurová zatím 15.59. Připomínám, že Martina se dokázala v soutěži 3krát zlepšit. Martina Mazurová juniorská vicemistryně světa.
Martin Florian was
Martin Florian se zlepšil téměř o 2 metry na 68,78.
66.83 after the first round.
Vidíme v akci polského reprezentanta, kterým je David Wegner. A ten použí po posunu na stupně vítězů. Je zatím čtvrtý.
Now this is David Vega.
Zlepšila i tentokrát a loučí se se závodem.
Wenger in Budapest 2 summers ago was a World Championships finalist. Didn't make it out of qualification last year at the two big events, the European Championships and the Olympic Games. He's got some great credentials. And then he's close to 80 meters. 77.49 for Wegner. Just the three top men to go. Schilek, Herman and Röhler in the javelin. Back to the shot. Now Gunnarsdottir. It's a foul. She's still leading the way, but it's getting quite tense. That brings us to a conclusion. Almost to a conclusion, I should say, because there's still Adele Nickel to throw. And here she is. But Gunnarsdottir at the moment leading the way. Now, can Nickel improve? Needs to improve by about 25 centimeters. No, and that confirms the standings with Erna Soleil Gunnarsdottir winning with 16.91. Renata Bergazashki 6 centimeters in arrears, 16.85, but a good competition for Bergazashki, just 1 centimeter shy of her personal best. And Adele Nicole, well, 16.66 came in the first round. But as her first competition of the year, I think she's going to be relatively happy with that. So, Timothy Herman.
Timothy samozřejmě pravidelně už celou dekádu reprezentuje svou zemi také na mistrovství Evropy družstev. Obvykle samozřejmě v případě Belgie v té první lize. Timothy Herman a jeho druhý pokus.
Herman had 78 meters exactly in the first round. Ooh. No, hands go over the, what you could call the stop line. He's one of the exponents of what's now become known as the Pit Kamaki style of flinging you on the ground. It does come with certain dangers, let's say. Now, Thomas Röhler, very popular athlete around the international circuit. Röhler, Olympic champion in 2016. 2017 was the year he threw 93.90. Well, that's bang on the 80 meters line. He's been over 80 meters by a few fractions. Röhler now 33 years of age. Still plenty of gas in the tank, you'd think. He's had injury problems over recent years. Last year, finished the season with 80.62, but hasn't been over 81 meters since 2019. Still one of the greats, though, without a doubt, of this particular event. So, this is Martin Konecki, finalist at the European Championships, as you can read, in Munich 2022. Not a bad effort from Konecki, about 78 meters.
Ale taky pomalý furt jako docela.
Reagovat bude Cedric Sorgelos, reprezentant Belgie. si svůj osobák vytvořil dosud platný osobák ještě jako junior. Té doby svým způsobem stagnuje, tak uvidíme, co dnes. No, zatím se neslepšuje. A pohybuje se okolo 70 metrů. A konkrétně na průběžném 6. místě.
Sogalus.
Herceg z Maďarska,
70 meters for the Belgian.
82, tak to je muž, který má rozhodně navíc.
This is Yogi Hersheg. Well, they've got his flag right now. They had him down as Belgian before. Timothy Herman is definitely Belgian. I can tell you that. I've followed his career quite a long way. Anyway, Hershog goes to about 73 meters. And just to let you know, this of course is the first of, at the moment, at least 22 of the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver, Bronze and Challenger meetings that you can see on the European Athletics social media channels, many of them going out on YouTube, but in certain cases other channels as well. So, Hershog, 72.40 there for the Hungarian. Florian's effort just dropping down short of 70 meters.
David Wegner. Se tam tak nenápadně pohybuje mezi třetím, čtvrtým místem momentálně na třetí pozici, ale docela těsně.
It's now the turn of David Wegner.
Druhým Timothy Hermanem. Takže David Wegner, Polsko.
Wegner, 77.49 with his last effort in the second round. It's moved him up to third place. Herman employs the flat-out effort, where you then have to put the brakes on with your hands as you try and avoid hitting the track with your face. It's rather a painful face plant. So a foul on this occasion for Wegner, still in third place with 77.49. Now Jaroslav Zilic. 2 fouls so far for the Czech thrower.
Pro Jaroslava Jilka, který jinak
Zilic didn't have the best of years last year, just threw just over 77 meters. So he's looking for a return to the sort of form that saw him getting selected quite regularly for Czech teams a few years ago. So a third consecutive foul for Zilic. This is Timothy Herman.
Timothy Herman, reprezentant Belgie a desetinásobný mistr své země.
First outing of the year for Herman. That's a decent effort. Around the 76-meter mark. 2023 was his halcyon year, that big throw in Nairobi. Also a handful of other throws over 80 meters. Sorgalus just chatting with him. Now, the javelin leader, Olympic champion, former European champion, Thomas Röhler of Germany, leading the way. The only man over 80 meters so far in this competition. wonderful technician. He's so quick with the arm as well. No, just shy of 80 meters on this occasion. 78 and a half, 79 perhaps. I'm just wondering, that big smile, he's looking as though he's throwing injury-free. Might be short of his very best conditioning, but it's a bit like riding a bike. You never really lose your technique if you've managed to perfect it in the way that Thomas Röhle has. Doesn't look quite as strong, doesn't look quite as well defined as he has been in previous years, but as I said, it's been 2019 since he was consistently throwing over 18 meters. Just managed to squeeze over 80 meters last year. So, halfway point in the javelin, and it's still Thomas Röhle leading the way with that 80.35. Timothy Herman second, 78 meters exactly. David Vega, 77.49. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the javelin. So, Jaroslav Žilič starting first in the fourth round. Oh, and it's another foul. 4 consecutive fouls for Žilič. Next up will be Martin Florian. Martin Florian, now 23 years of age, was 9th and then 8th at the last 2 European Under-23 Championships. Just drops down short of 70 meters. 68 meters for Florian. So that's not going to be an improvement for the Czech thrower.
Martin má velice vyrovnané pokusy, 68.01 to bylo teď, takže zůstává 7. 6. pozice.
Cedric Sorgelus, Timothy Herman's training partner. Where did that land? It's difficult to see. Probably at about 73 meters. So that's probably going to be an improvement as well for Sorgelus.
No a je to posun pořadí. Na 5. místo Cedric Sorgelus 72.41 a o 1 jediný centimetr se dostal před Jardiho Hercega, ten by měl odpovídat. Právě teď Jardi Herceg, zatím 72.40.
Sorgelus credited with 72.41, so it is an improvement. Georgi Hershog, that's a red flag. His right foot, he just drifted over the line. So the Hungarian gets a foul. Nevertheless, Herceg just turned 20 last year. Europe's best ever teenagers, and he's definitely going to be a medal threat at the European Under-23 Championships in Tampere. It's about 73 meters for Konešky.
Následuje David Wegner, Polsko, 77.49. To je výkon, který mu zatím stačí na 3. příčku.
So, David Wegner in third place at the moment with 77.49. That's Mark coming in the second round, followed by a foul. That drops down about a metre over the 70-metre line, so he walks over. It's a red flag for the pole.
Timothy Herman, 78 metrů rovný, to je výkon, kterým vstupoval do soutěže. Dosud se nezlepšil, ale na zlepšení rozhodně má Timothy Herman, 10násobný mistr Belgie.
Crowd getting behind Timothy Herman.
Zatím je to asi nejhlasitější odštěpař této soutěže, ale opět nezdařený pokus.
Big smile on his face despite the red flag. It's quite a painful technique. Now, the event leader, 80-35 in the first round, followed by 2 fouls. The ever popular Thomas Röhler. No. His third consecutive foul. That's a red flag. German javelin throwing has moved on during the era of Röhler's injuries, but it would be so wonderful to see him come back and start throwing, let's just say, in the mid-80s. So, Jaroslav Žilec starting the 5th round. 4 consecutive fouls for the Czech. Has he finally got a legal mark in? Well, it is legal at around 68 metres. Did he walk over the line, just a little bit fed up with his effort, or did he actually finally get a measurement? Just waiting to see. This is Martin Florian. Ninth and 8th at the last 2 European Under-23 Championships. So slightly, didn't really get much of a pull on it. Just dropped down shy of 70 metres. I can tell you Žilec did walk over. It was a foul. Just waiting to see whether Florian's... Florian did get it measured. 69.85, so it was his best mark so far of this competition. Cedric Sorgelus. Not going to be an improvement on his previous round. 72-41 in the 4th round. 71 metres exactly for the Belgian. So, Georgi Hershog.
Tohle byl tedy předposlední pokus Georgiho Hercega, pokus nezdařený, Maďar zůstává na 6. místě.
Another foul for him.
Martin Konečný jako dál nejlepší z českých oštěpařů této soutěže. Zatím je 4. výkonem 70.
sure. Still in 6th place at the moment as we switch back to the track. Martin Konešky, his first round 76.91, holding up for 4th place at the moment, and slightly surprisingly leading the Czechs in this competition. So, women's 300 meters. Fastest woman is the woman in lane 4, Therese Taborska. Taborska hails from Novičky, where of course we do have a very good indoor meeting every year. Posts a personal best of 37.83. So keep an eye on lane 4, woman in the very centre of these runners. Just 19 years of age and is eligible for the European Under 20 Championships. So we do expect perhaps to see her in Tampere, either in the individual events or maybe leading the way in the relay. And indeed it is Taborska. Personal best 37.66, so taking 17 hundredths off her personal best over this non-championship distance, but a very useful mark indeed. And the rest, well, some way in arrears. Smilarova, 38.24. 2nd place. So this is Timothy Herman. Now, 78 meters his best at the moment. I'm not quite sure that would have improved on it.
A ten úplně závěrečný série číslo 5 obstará Thomas Preller, zatím 80.35. Já připomínám dál ten nejlepší výkon stadionu 84.06 podání Jakuba Vadlejka. A už je to výkon docela vousatý, 14 let starý.
So now it's Thomas Röhler. You can hear the clapping. Very well received in the Czech Republic. Well, we always think of Finland as the spiritual home of javelin throwing, but Czechia, I think, might come a decent 2nd best to that. And they do love their javelin throwing in Czechia, and who better to love than Thomas Röhler? Not quite at his very best, but a fine thrower nevertheless. Although perhaps that's not one for his highlight reel. I think he might well have just put his hand down over the line. Yes, indeed, it is a foul. So, one more attempt. Yes. A bit of camaraderie between him and Martin Konešky. So it's Jaroslav Žilek. Žilek struggled on the bigger stage, did make the final of the 2016 European Championships at 2 other European Championships, including last summer in Rome. Failed to get out of the qualifiers. Indeed, he didn't get a valid mark in the qualifiers in Rome last year. Now, has he finally got a valid mark here? No. So not a good day at the office for Jaroslav Žilek, with 6 consecutive fouls and an NM. No mark, as you can see there. Now, Martin Florian. Struggling to find his best form of a couple of years ago. when he was throwing 74 and 75 meters. $69.85 in the last round. Just waiting to see the mark come up. 68.62, so no improvement for Florian. He stays in 7th place. Cedric Sorgelus.
Cedric Sorgelos útočí z 5. pozice, ale spíš 5. místo bude hájit. Zatím 72.41.
That drops down. Oh, that's not a bad effort. That's about 73 meters. It might be a slight improvement for Sorgelus. Best of 72.41 from the 4th round. Lying in 5th place at the moment. So 73.34 for Sorgelus as we look now at Georgi Herzog. Herzog, of course, high up the European under-20 lists. Through 79.66 last year, was the European under-20 champion in 2023. Looking to get back over 80 meters again. Now he's in the under-23 ranks. Herzog 72.48. Slight improvement, but doesn't change his position. He's still down in 6th place. Now Martin Konešky. It's best of just over 80 meters from 2023 through 77.19 last year. Might well have walked out there. And I think that's confirmation of it, yes. At least he got one in, or got a few in, unlike the man he was exchanging words with, Yaroslav Zilek. Zilek packing up rather quickly. Now, David Wegner. Wegner in 3rd place at the moment with his 2nd round, 77.49. 51 centimetre improvement would see him move up to 2nd place. No. Now, I can almost anticipate how things are going to unravel here, and I'm just wondering whether he did walk out. Yes, indeed he did. As I say, we're not always seeing the red flags, and we're not staying with the javelin throws, but sometimes these things are not difficult to predict. So, the penultimate thrower in this javelin competition, Timothy Herman, the Belgian, 78 meters exactly. Bit of difference to make up on Thomas Röhler, leading the way with 80.35. No, that's a foul, I think. It looks as though his toes just went over the line. He didn't utilise his usual flat-out technique.
dopadlo všelijak, nebo rozhodně hůř, než jak to skutečně dopadlo a dopadne. 78,38, tak Timothy se zlepšuje, co se týká výkonu. To je dobře, i to se počítá, ty téměř 40
Stand
metrů
corrected.
navíc.
The judges obviously decided that was not a transgression, and he improves 78.38. I must confess, I thought his toe just went slightly over the line, but clearly it's not the case. Now, Thomas Röhrler. He's confirmed as the winner. But what can he do with this very last throw of the competition? Gets a good long pull on it. That might, just might be a very slight improvement on his first round, 80.35. Still looking for his very best form. It is, it's a 2 centimetre improvement. Well, there you go. What a way to finish the competition with the best throw of the competition. And Thomas Röhrler takes the plaudits in Domažlice with 80.37, and he'll be the one taking home a €1,000 check. So a good way to end the competition for the German. And of course, it's just a privilege just to be in the company of a man who's taken Olympic and European titles, as well as thrown over 93 metres, standing third on the world all-time list. Confirmation of the final results on the left-hand side of your screen. Röhrler, Hermann and Wegner. Röhrler, the only man over 80 metres, managed to breach that mark twice. So there's just a slight pause before the next couple of events. We have coming up the men's 300 metres. We've seen a couple of women's 300 metres. The men's about to commence very shortly as we switch to the track. Just take a very brief break for commentary, other than to let you know that the men's shot put is also coming up at 16:20 Central European time. And the last field event final will be the women's javelin at 16:50. So stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Dámy a pánové, a protože domažlický meeting Hvězdné házení má přímo ve svém názvu memoriál Jana Mazance na 300 metrů, tak právě teď dochází k uctění památky tohoto vynikajícího sprintera právě Domažlického a především skvělého člověka Jana Mazance. Na jeho počest se běhá právě závod na 300 metrů. Už jsme viděli 2 třístovky v podání dorostenek, respektive žen, ale teď přijdou na řadu 2 běhy mužské kategorie. Jan Mazanec to byl atlet, který v kariéře královal zejména na distancích 200, 400 metrů a také na překážkách, tedy 400 metrů překážek, tak zazářil zejména na mistrovství Evropy 2002 v Mnichově, když s českou štafetou na 4x400 metrů obsadil skvělé 4. místo. To vzpomínka na muže, který začínal v Atletiklubu Domažlice, závodil následně za Atletikklub Tepokladno a dodnes drží rekord tohoto stadionu 21:38 z roku 2002, opravdu z toho hvězdného roku, z hvězdné sezony Jana Mazance. A Honza ten atleticky vyčníval opravdu už v mládežnických kategoriích.
So the poignant photo of Jan Mazanek, Czech international 400-meter runner. Also a very talented hurdler. Tragically died in a car crash in 2009 at potentially the height of his career. Represented Czechia on many occasions internationally. And this meeting is named after him. It started 2 years before his death, but it was traditionally on a slot late in the calendar, and then after his death in July 2019, this meeting named after him. Well, the graphics said it was a memorial 400-meter run, but as you can see from the starting positions and also the timetable that we had earlier, this is in fact a 300 meters.
Hvězdného házení bude vlastně čestné kolečko, které si mohou proběhnout všichni závodníci, závodnice napříč všemi kategoriemi a také diváci. Takže rozhodně ještě po skončení soutěžního programu neodchází.
3 men in it. Jan Levíka, fastest man at 34.17. Levíka in lane 5. Levíka, talented young athlete, will be part of Czech team going to the European Under-20 Championships in August. 17 years of age at the moment, turns 18 in August. Czechia, of course, have Michal Rada, absolutely outstanding. Silver medalist at the World Under-20 Championships in the 400 meters hurdles. So looking for some supporters in the Czech relay team for Rada. So Levíka, personal best of 34. Oh no, it was Sojka who took the plaudits there. 34.62. That was a bit of a turn up. Tall Alex Sojka, 19 years of age, but he's in the under-23 ranks, so he won't be going to Tampere, but will have ambitions of making it to Bergen. Looks as though we've actually, on my list, I thought we were going to split this, have just one race, but it looks as though it's been split into 2 heats. Left lane for Ebbs. Faster of the heats coming first. Wegner. And on the outside, Christian Rambusek. All 3 men, members of the Sipo Kladno Club. Those yellow vests we've seen on a few of the other Czech athletes earlier in this competition. So, referee calling them back. So from the inside, it's Rebs, Wegner and Rambusek. All of the Kladno club in Czechia. And on the outside, it's Rambusek, who's doing very well at this stage. And on the inside, Rebs. Well, he ran a fairly conservative first 100 metres, but now really starting to go through the gears and motor. And putting quite some distance between his 2 club mates. Good form for Rebs. Comes through strongly. Be at all surprised if that's a personal best for Rebs. Yes, indeed, quite considerable margin. 37.44. In fact, quicker than the first heat, won by Aleš Sojka. Personal best for all 3 men over this distance, although the caveat is that 300 metres not too often run in competition. Perhaps not a fair comparison there, that the first heat. Those men who are a little bit older than those teenagers in the second heat. Now it looks like we're just about to get ready for the men's shot put. Classy competition this is indeed. No doubt there'll be plenty of applause and support for Thomas Stanek. Stanek, World Indoor Bronze medalist back in 2018, European Indoor Champion in 2021, and plethora of other fine performances. 2 European Indoor Silvers, 2 European Indoor Bronzes. In fact, if I'm counting up, I think he's been on the podium at the last 5 European Indoor Championships. Took bronze in Apeldoorn at this year's European Indoor Championships 2 months ago when we were in Holland.
Představí se nám 8 koulařů, kteří už jsou seřazeni ve svém sektoru. Jako první se prezentuje
So this is Marek Ruby. He's improved this year to 16.26.
Nastupuje René Hamburger.
René Hamburger. Another man getting close to 17 meters. Peter Stelik. Looks like a 20-meter man at best.
Zahraničních hvězdiček, chcete-li hvězdiček, 26letý Polák s osobákem 2018, Šimon Mazur. Zkušenosti
Simon Mazur,
evropského světového šampionátu, který je
another 20-meter man. And this is Frank Alemba. Just missed out on a medal, 4th at the 2016 Olympic Games. This is Tadeusz Prochaska. Has improved to 1973 this year. It's the man who's probably come furthest for this competition. Jasper Arbinga. 2044 at best and has thrown 2022 this year. But then a man who frankly is a class apart both on lifetime and current form from the rest of the 7 men in this field, Tomáš Staněk.
Jeho osobní rekord je impozantní přes 22 metrů, letos 21:26. Takže
meeting record here.
Sektor mu může být takový těsný, bych řekl. Soutěž koulařů za maličkou chvilku začne, tedy v pořadí, jaké jsme naznačili, jak jsme si představovali jednotlivé aktéry, všechno odstartuje Marek Hrubý.
Just looking it up, I have to say, I know from my preparation that he holds the meeting record here, and I've completely forgotten to note it down, but he did reach 21:77 2 years ago in 2023. Tomáš Staněk, regular visitor to Domažlice.
Tak, viděli jsme Marka Hrubého. Myslím, že ten pokus
Ruby just looking a little bit pensive.
šel na hodnotu maxima, vlastního maxima 16,54 teď. René Hamburger.
$16.54 for Ruby, so personal best, good start for Marek Ruby.
Domažlický závodník, který je 6. v letošních tabulkách letní sezony. V hale byl 8. výkonem 16,68.
Says he's an 86th birthday, but I don't believe that. He looks a lot younger than that. Hamburger going out to 14.95.
Ze 6. dubna má hodnotu 15,89. Teď to bylo tedy 14,95 podání Reného Hamburgera. Následoval Petr Stehlík,
No.
který je letos v letní sezóně na 3. místě. Já připomínám, že je to ročník narození 2005, 16,63 zatím a Petr 15,45, to je výkon, kterým zahajuje tuto soutěž. Prvním zahraničním závodníkem je Šimon Mazur, který zářil už v dorostenecké kategorii před 10 lety tedy.
So this is Petr Stehlík.
Polsko stříbro z mistrovství světa do 18 let.
Stehlík.
Tak tenhle výkon opravdu stál to výrazně lepší, hodnotnější než ty
20 meters, but his best is
svou délkou.
18.78 from last year in Prague. Stehlík.
18 metrů a 12 centimetrů, to je docela hozená rukavice pro ostatní. Frank Alemba následuje. Už s osobákem 21:20, už z Ria z olympijských her. Tam skončil Frank Alemba na 4. místě, takže sahal po olympijském bronzu.
This is Frank Alemba. He was actually representing Congo in Rio, just switched nationalities last year. Long-time French resident. He's the All Africa Games champion in 2015. Also got a discus bronze that same year.
No, myslím, že soutěž koulařů se rozjíždí opravdu velice
for
zostra.
France these days has the honor of being
18-metrový pokus podání Šimona Mazura,
Congo's best ever Olympian.
k 19metrové
Congo never
hranici
won a medal
Frank
at the
Elemba
Olympics, but went very
18,96.
close with the Lemba when he finished fourth in Rio. And here he sent his 7.26 implement out to 18.96 with that first round effort. So it's Tadeusz Prochaska. No, didn't like that. On the stop board.
Nezdařený pokus, ale čekají nás ještě 2 pokusy právě v úvodní sérii číslo 1.
Prochaska, another member of the Skoda Pilsen Club.
Letos reprezentoval Švédsko také uprostřed března na
He's
Kypru.
come in as a couple of occasions for the substitute for Thomas Stanek at European Team Championships competitions. Now using the rotational technique, Jasper Arbinger. Not happy with it. Gets white flag.
Bylo to velice slušné a připomínám zatím nejdelší pokus 18,96 Frank Elemba a v těsném závěsu je teď Jesper Arbinge 18,77. Ale do soutěže a vlastně do letní sezóny vstupuje Tomáš Staněk.
Now, what can Stanek do here?
Ten výkon 21,26 pochází tedy z halové sezony z Apeldoornu.
There's his card. European Indoor Champion in 2021. His only major championship victory, but he's been on the podium on many, many other occasions, both at world and European level. He was an Olympic finalist last year.
Koule letěla daleko, potlesk si Tomáš Staněk za tento vstupní pokus rozhodně zaslouží. Připomínám, že Tomáš drží také rekord stadionu, rekord tohoto mítinku z roku 2023. 21 metrů a 70
a bit limited, but you can probably hear the infield announcer just announcing that he is the stadium and meeting record holder at 21.77 from this meeting 2 years ago. There's confirmation of it. So Stanek takes the lead with 19.26. I'm sure there's more to come from Stanek. Rather disappointed with his third place in Apeldoorn at the European Indoor Championships because he led qualifying with 21.26 but could only reach 20.75 in the final. He was hoping to be a place or two further up the podium, I think. So, Harubi. I checked his stats. He is just 20 years of age. If you're looking at the results, which suggests that he was born in 1986, that's not quite the case. Nevertheless, personal best of 16.54 in the first round. Foul for Ruby. Hamburger. Member of the local club. Domažlice club. So 15.74 for Hamburger. Now Stelik. That yellow vest of Kladno, which if you've been watching this live stream will be very familiar. Melik gets a foul, and it's the turn of Simon Mazur to go into the circle. Well, we had a Polish winner in the women's discus, the very first international event of the day. Can Mazur raise his game and challenge Tomasz Stanek? Not with an effort like that. 18-12 for Mazur.
Tak a pomalu vrcholí druhá série soutěže koulařů Frank Elemba, který se usadil hned za Tomášem Staňkem na druhé pozici.
World Under 18 and European Under 20 silver medals back when he was a teenager. Now, Frank Elemba, the giant Frenchman, stands 2 meters tall. Well, that little growl just frightens me from a very long way away. I'm reliably told he's actually a very, very nice guy, but he does look quite intimidating. So, foul for Elemba. This is Tadeusz Prochaska.
Teď jsme viděli Tadeáše Procházku, který zapisuje druhý křížek, je to nezdařený pokus a ještě 2 pokusy nás čekají ve druhé sérii. A budou to postupně průběžně třetí a potom vedoucí závodník. Nejprve Jesper Harbinger, zatím 18,77, 2 decimetry ho dělí od posunu na druhou příčku.
Jesper Harbinger. Harbinger. Got third in the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia back in March. Conditions were rather pleasant there. Not too bad in Domažlice, but a little bit windy and the temperatures is starting to drop a little bit.
Tomáš Staněk 19:26 zatím, je to takové přesvědčivé, ale křehčí vedení, ale Tomáš Staněk ho nepochybně posílí zatím 19:26.
Foul for him, stays in third place at the moment behind Frank Elemba in second, and this man Tomasz Stanek, who reached 19:26 with his first effort. Very familiar face to everyone who has been watching European athletics live streams over the years, whether it's been the specialist field event competitions, one-day meetings, or European events like the European Indoor Championships. Stanek, about 33 years of age, still throwing extremely well, as evidenced by his bronze medal, and he's over 20 meters. 2017 for Stanek.
Začíná třetí série soutěže ve vrhu koulí mužů. Marek Rubý, zatím 16:54 a průběžné 5. místo.
So we go back to the start again for the third round. Marek Rubý. Personal best of 16:54 with his first effort, followed by a foul.
Marek Rubý drží celkem konstantní výkonnost, teď to bylo 16:25 a ze 6. místa se na něj bude tlačit René Hamburger.
The wind is starting to pick up and it's starting to feel a lot cooler out there. This is René Hamburger. uses the conventional glide technique.
Tak,
Burger.
si tleskl a potlesk šel také od několika diváků,
1574 in the previous round.
Je to 16:10. Zlepšení alespoň o 6.
Over 16 meters, 16:10
tohoto závodníka,
for the local athlete.
Byl úspěšný na republikové úrovni také vodu oštěpem a
So Petr Štelák
ve víceboji. Petr Stehlík a jeho třetí pokus.
change in techniques for Štelík. 15:45 in the first round. So no improvement for Štelík.
Jako první ze zahraničních závodníků koulařů se prezentuje v této
Mazur,
sérii Šimon Mazur,
1812.
kterému patří čtvrté místo za
Mazur's
18-12.
best. That came as well in the first round. Opting for sunglasses. No. Doesn't like it, so
A tak to
deliberate
také
foul.
zůstává.
Taps the stopboard.
Šimon Mazur zůstává na 18-12, teď to bude Frank Elemba. Zatím je druhý.
Frank Elemba.
Stále výraznějším rozdílem za Tomášem Staňkem, který se tedy v předchozí sérii zlepšil. Frank Elemba.
Elemba second at the moment with 18.96. Is that a busy year already?
No, je to zase červený praporek, jinak ta délka pokusu byla velice solidní. Frank Elemba
Indoor
letos
competitions.
zaznamenal
Didn't go to the European Indoor Championships though.
1964 a bylo to
Finished
na
sixth
evropském
in
poháru
Nicosia in the European Cup. Clocks up a foul here, but still in second place with 18.96.
potřebuje trefit do pokusu Tadeáš
throwing
Procházka
regularly,
v
I mean,
létě 1941.
Every single competition beforehand has been over 19 meters in 2025, indoors or out. Tadeusz Procházka.
Nevychází to zatím, ale ono to
What's
půjde.
going on? Third consecutive foul for the Czech throw. Well, we saw Jaroslav Žilek in the
Tadeáš reprezentoval Česko také
men's
na
javelin
mistrovství
just recently
Evropy.
concluded. Notched up 6 fouls, no mark.
Teď přichází na řadu Jesper Arping,
really what
stejně
anybody
jako třeba
wants,
Frank Elemba
whether
má
it's the
nejlepší
athlete or the fans.
výkonů dosavadních
Jesper Arbinger.
série 18:77 a tím je na třetím místě, ale je blizoučko posunu o jednu příčku. No, bylo to slušné.
Busy
Asi
indoor
netroufám
season.
odhadnout délku tohoto pokusu.
6 competitions indoors and then a 1993 outdoors.
Ohraničující 19, je to 18:94. Jesper Arbinge je pouhé 2 cm
Never
za
thrown
Frankem,
over
ale
20
zůstává
meters
tedy
outdoors.
třetí. No a třetí sérii, tedy polovinu soutěže, uzavře lídr průběžné klasifikace Tomáš Staněk. Zatím 20:17. A netřeba připomínat, že Tomáš vede zcela suverénně o 1 metr a
He did throw
21
over
centimetrů.
20 meters outdoors last year. So now, Tomáš Staněk leading the way at the moment quite comfortably with 2017, just over a meter in the lead from Frank Elemba. But a big throw, close to 21 meters, would really stamp his authority on this competition, and he's certainly capable of it. Threw over 21 meters quite regularly indoors. It was a foul.
Zůstává tedy s výkonem 20 metrů a 17 cm na prvním místě po polovině soutěže. Na druhé pozici je Frank Elemba.
Flies off to the left-hand side of the sector.
Jesper Arpinge. Simon Mazur z Polska na 4. místě 18-12, takže jsme viděli už 4 18-metrové závodníky. Marek Hrubý teď otevírá
Tomáš Stanek leading the way with 2017, Frank Elemba 1896 and Jesper Arbinger 1877. That's the top three. Down in 5th place at the moment, but with the personal best, Marek Hrubý 1654.
Hrubý je 7. v letošních českých tabulkách, i když vlastně už to neplatí, protože po dnešním závodě se posune celkem výrazně výš. V tuto chvíli tedy tím výkonem z první série 16.54 poskočil už na 4. místo. Teď 15.78. Pro tohoto reprezentanta atletiky Slavku Brno.
So 15.78 for Hrubý.
Motivovaný René Hamburger, zatím 6. místo a 16.
So like with the women's shot, we're not resorting it after the first round, after the third round, I should say. Whereas with the long throws, we were sorting it. So René Hamburger, local athlete. Hamburger, 16.10 in the third round, his best so far. It's white flag. Hamburger.
René Hamburger zaznamenal zlepšení na 16.21.
16.81 is best from 2 years ago.
45 a ten je vlastně za Rendou o 1 příčku na 7. místě. Petr Stehlík.
Quickly move along as we see Hamburger improve to 16.21 and look at Petr Stelek. Stelek 15.45 in the first round, followed by 2 fouls. That's a little bit better, 15.73. Still a little bit below par from the Kladno man. So Simon Mazur, 18.12 for the pole. He's not entirely happy with his performance so far. Went to the European Championships last year, but didn't make it out to the qualifying competition. He's not happy with his form. 17.88 for Mazur, but looking for better. Elemba reasonably content, I would imagine, with 18.96. But as I said, has thrown over 90 metres in every single one of his other competitions, indoors and out this year. Was that a foul? Yes. Confirmation with the man coming across with red flag. Yes, it did touch the ground.
Frank Elemba to je dvojnásobný medailista jak z afrických her, tak také z afrického šampionátu, potom ovšem.
So just
přesedlal a začal
very quickly. But, got the women's javelin starting in about 7 minutes' time. So the shot and the women's javelin will overlap.
Tak podpoříme Tadeáše, českého korunního prince v rukoulí.
So Tadeusz Prżaka. No, he just walked out.
Zase sledujeme červený praporek, bohužel po 4. v případě Tadeáše.
There's something very wrong with his technique. He doesn't like it at all. So he's just taken another deliberate foul, and it's his 4th successive deliberate foul. Well, 4th successive foul. Yeah. Jesper Arbinger in 3rd place at the moment. 18.94, just 2 centimetres in rear of Elemba in 2nd place. He stays in the circle, but he just did lose control of it. Tapping his forehead as if to say, what were you thinking? Why did you do that? So just Tomáš Štaněk now to go into the circle for the fourth round. Oh no, just receiving news that Štaněk is retiring. Well, he's in the lead, but it does open the door slightly to Alemba, Arbinger and Mazur, who are capable on their day of throwing over 20 meters. Here's a man who... probably the only man who I think is having a satisfactory day, really, by his own standards, Marek Ruby. The 20-year-old with a personal best. Coming in the first round at 16:54. If this looks easy, try picking up 7.26 kilogram shot put. These are very strong big men. Even those guys that are bringing up the rear, like Štaněk, Hamburger and Ruby. Would certainly make you think twice. Oh no, Hamburger can't contain his technique and spins out. I was going to say, make you think twice about taking them on in a shot put competition. And at the upper end, very, very talented individuals, international caliber athletes who wear their country's vest with pride. So here's Štaněk. Hamburger still in 6th place with that 16:21. Štaněk in 7th place. There's a bit of a gap between the 4 men at the bottom and the 4 at the top. Simon Mazur, as I was saying, had a very storied teenage career. Decade ago was the World Under-18 silver medalist, and then went on to take 2nd place at the European Under-20 Championships. So red flag for Mazur. Frank Alemba. Lying in 2nd place at the moment with 18.96. With the retirement of Tomáš Štaněk, that leaves the door just ever so slightly open for Alemba. Switch over to the women's javelin just for a moment. So 8 women in this competition. So this is Louisa Tremel. 54.88 at best. Kedli Tugi, Estonian champion. Seen lots of Tugi over the years. Paula Padovan. He's already thrown over 57.55. We'll have seen a lot of these women in that European Throwing Cup competition. Now a quartet of Czech throwers with Martina Píšová. 58.85. Nicole Tabakova looking for her first 60-meter throw through 59.48 just a few weeks ago. Petra Sikakova. Czech title 2 years ago. Here's Andrea Zalesna, and if you think the name's familiar, yes, she is the wife of Jan Zalesny. And leading the way, big favourite in this field, Sigrid Borger. Well, Borger, 4 times Norwegian champion. 66.50 her best. There you see. The men's shot. Now in the last round, this is René Hamburger. Shot coming to a conclusion now. Martin Marek Hruby, I should say, we didn't see it, but he improved his personal best once again by 1 centimetre, going out to 16.55. So good competition for Hruby. 2 personal bests for the 20-year-old.
Si posunul znovu osobák Marek Hrubý ze Slavkova u Brna o 1 cm, ale to se počítá na 16.55. Teď se tedy René Hamburger rozloučil se soutěží.
No improvement for Hamburger.
15 metrů a 76 cm. Následuje Petr Stehlík, zatím 7. pozice a 15.82.
6th place at the moment. In 7th, this man, Petr Stehlík. No fouls, so he'll stay in 7th.
Sledujeme samozřejmě teď současně a souběžně 2 technické disciplíny. Připomínám, že Šimon Mazur se za malou chvíli rozloučí se soutěží koulařů, ale rozběhla se už soutěž o štěpařek zatím nezdařeným pokusem podání Lituky, estonská reprezentantka, která má 2 bronzové medaile z evropských šampionátů nižších věkových kategorií. Vlastně dokonce
switching backwards and forwards very quickly from the javelin to the shot. There's Mazur fouling out, so no improvement for Mazur. He stays in 4th place with 18.12. So not the best of days for Mazur.
Mezitím se tedy nezlepšují ani Petr Stehlík, ani Šimon Mazur mezi koulaři, ale pozor, teď je na řadě Frank Elemba. Ten je průběžně 3.
Frank Elemba, perhaps the one man with a chance of overtaking Tomáš Staněk if he can really find his form. No, doesn't look like it. I'm looking, as I say, it's not the most convenient of positions having the camera at the back of the circle, but I could sort of sense that wasn't over 20 metres, and indeed it was probably much shorter than that, as Frank Elemba fouled out his very last throw, but he's in 2nd place at the moment. So Tadeusz Prochaska, 5 fouls at the moment. Oh, he didn't see it, but Arbinger did improve to 2nd place, 19.17 with his 5th effort.
Frank Elemba o příčku před ním 18.96, je do 17.56. V případě závěrečného pokusu Tadeáše Procházky, který obsadí 5. místo, to už je jasné. Před Markem Hrubým, Renem Hamburgerem a Petrem Stehlíkem.
So Prochaska finally getting a legal effort in at 17.56. Moves him into the money in 5th place.
Ohrožení Tomáše Staňka, který uzavřel soutěž a zapisuje výkon 2017.
Going to the top 5 in each of the international events. This is Jesper Arbinger, moved up to 2nd place with with his fifth round effort, went over 19 metres for the first time in this competition with 19.17. Now, I'm not is that an improvement? I'm not so sure it is. I'll bring you up to date with that in a moment. I can tell you, Arbinger 18.98, so no improvement for Arbinger, but he stays in second place. And that's the competition concluded with Tomáš Staněk retiring after the fourth round. There's the full lineup. Staněk 2017, exactly a metre adrift. Jesper Arbinger in second place, 19.17. And Frank Alemba, 18.96, takes third. Those are the men who make the podium positions. So
Teď tedy pokračuje soutěž oštěpázek. Petra Sičaková vstupuje do soutěže.
So we've been flicking backwards and forwards. Leading the way at the moment is Gedli Tugi, the Estonian, with 56.89.
Následuje pokus další české reprezentantky a to je Andrea Železná, první oštěpařka českých tabulek této sezony.
So, Sikarkova, 55.77. Now, Andrea Železná. And drift down well short of 50 metres. Is she getting it measured? No, she's stepped over. Železná, 31 years of age. So, the last person in this first round, Sigrid Borger, the Norwegian. Rather slow run up, rather lethargic throw. And it comes down in a rather lethargic fashion at around 52 metres. Sikarkova finished second at the European Cup, which was a good return to form after injury problems last year. 62-62, nice symmetry to that in Nicosia. So, first round, Tremel, German.
Druhou sérii zahájila Luisa Tremel.
Tremel, 22 years of age, Tremel.
Estonka. A možná, nebo rozhodně překvapivá vedoucí závodnice, ale je to teprve po první sérii.
This is Gedli Tugi, leading the way at the moment with 56.89. European under-23 silver medalist 2 years ago. That's a good effort, probably an improvement. Looks as though it might have been around 58 metres. 60-65 last year. Estonia, also a country, well, as you might imagine, just over the Baltic from Finland, with quite a good tradition in terms of javelin throwing. So, Paola Padovan.
Jinak tato velice silná soutěž zahrnuje celkem 4 oštěpasky které patří do elitní desítky letošních tabulek starého kontinentu, tedy tabulek evropských. Sigrid Borge, Andrea Železná, Petra Sičeková a Nikol Tabačková. Martina Píšová a její pokus.
So Martina Píšová, 51.24 in the first round, rather modest effort from her. That's better, that's significantly better.
Martina prvním pokusem 51 metrů a 24 cm, ale teď se skočila hodně výrazně, posunula se o 3 pozice na třetí příčko 54,85.
Just waiting for the mark to come up.
Jdeme samozřejmě dál, v rychlém sledu budeme držet pěstí dalším českým reprezentantkám, teď to bude Nikol Tabačková. Třetí místo jí patří v českých tabulkách.
Just to let you know, 54.85 for Martina Píšová.
To jí stačí na čtvrtou pozici.
So that takes her up to third at the moment. This javelin competition just taking a little bit of time to really get underway. Tugli leading the way, 58.78. Nice throwing from her, but behind her some rather modest performances at the moment. So Tabakova, her spear clatters down well short of the 50-meter mark. Well, as we get towards the late afternoon in the west of Czechia, I'm just wondering whether it's just getting a little bit cooler. So, Petra Sikarkova. Sikarkova, national under-23 record of 62.12 last year.
Mistryně České republiky z roku 2023 z Tábora absolvovala svůj druhý
She's
pokus.
only just turned 22. She's eligible for the European Under-23 Championships.
Olympionička, účastnice mistrovství Evropy, to vše stihla během několika měsíců.
Sikarkova still not firing on all cylinders. 51.96 for Sikarkova. First round was much better, 55.77. So Andrea Železná, over 60 meters last year. Foul in the first round. That looks as though it was a better throw, but it lands flat only just about bang on the 50-meter line. Manages to get a long pull on it, but runner, well, I'm not sure I dare to comment on anybody who's been coached by Jan Železný, but a runner just looked a little bit tentative. So Sigrid Borge. Four times national champion, Norwegian under-23 record holder still. She just missed out on medals at the 2015 European Under-20 Championships when finishing fourth. Returned to form though, as I was saying, with that 62.62, one of her best ever results, her third best ever result in Nicosia. As we go back to the start again, and it's the start of the third round with Tremmel of Germany. 46.70 so far for Tremmel.
Jak jsem zmiňoval, tak má osobní rekord z předloňské sezony a letos takovou sportovní fazonu nemá. Její osobák pochází vlastně už z února. 51-59, ale teď marně atakuje 50. To bylo rovných 47 metrů. Následuje Gedlitugi a ta se i po dvou sériích udržela ve vedení. Navíc ho upevnila hodem dlouhým 58-78.
So Tremel improves to 47 meters exactly. Now Gedli Tugi throwing second in the rotation, but perhaps defying the seeding. 2 throws better than anybody else with her first 2 efforts, and she's leading with 58.78. Of course, there will be a resorting after this round, and that won't improve her lead, but still a very solid, consistent performance, whereas the other women are struggling to find their form. Around the 56-meter mark, no better than that. 58.14. So Padovan down in 6th at the moment with 52.52.
To byl třetí pokus italské reprezentantky, držitelky
jednoho zlata, jednoho domácího italského titulu. Připomínám, že rekord tohoto stadionu a mítinku drží Barbora Špotáková z roku 2013 výkonem 60 metrů a 33 cm. A teď zase následuje kvarteto českých reprezentantek Martina.
Padovan, no improvement for her as we now look at Piskova. Piskova did well with her previous throw, and that looks as though it might be better still. Piskova 54.85 in the previous round. I think that might be an improvement. Still doesn't really look as though she fully commits in comparison to some of the better throwers in this competition. Nevertheless, no, just slightly in arrears. 54.45 the previous effort. Tabakova in 4th place at the moment with 53.61. But Tabakova on a day, good thrower. Almost a 60-meter throw. Doesn't really show it there. It wasn't a great throw. 52 meters, and she just walks over the line. She knows it wasn't as good as her first round effort. So, Petra Sikakova. Oh, getting plenty of support from the crowd. And it's helping the javelin wing its way out to about 56 meters. That might be a slight improvement on a first round of 55.77. No, 55.49. Now, 2 fouls for Andrea Zalesny. Doesn't really follow through terribly well, but that's a better effort. And it's around the 54-meter mark. Could move her up into about 4th position. No, not quite as good as that. 53.22. So it's very closely matched in the middle of the field there. It's about 1.5 meters covering the women from 3rd to 6th place. So, Sigrid Borger struggling at the moment, 53.60. She threw well over 62 meters at the European Throwing Cup. But again, it's not a great effort from the Norwegian. 53 meters, 54.81. Okay. So it is an improvement, but it keeps her in It moves her up into 4th place, just leapfrogging Tabakova. So that's how things stand at the halfway point in the women's javelin competition, the last event here at this Jan Mazanek Memorial Meeting in Domažlice. Gedli Tugi leading with 58.78. Petra Sikakova 55.77. So a 3-meter lead for the Estonian at the moment, but Sikakova, well, a regular thrower last year over 60 meters. Louisa Tremmel, well, I think she'd be very happy if she got even close to 60 meters. She's down in 8th place at the moment with 47 meters exactly.
Výsledků nebo pořadí, ale alespoň ten výkon si vylepšuje. Louisa téměř 2 metry na 48,90. Pokračujeme dál. 7. pozice momentálně patří Italce a to je Paola Padovan. Tak ji také povzbudíme.
Improves to 48.90. As we look now at Padovan of Italy, competes, as you can see there, for the Carabinieri, the police club in Italy, which are huge sponsors of athletics. Public institutions in Italy often have sports clubs aligned with them. Well, that's a much better effort from Padovan. Improvement to 54.64 for the Italian. So an improvement of over 2 meters there in the 4th round. Andrea Zalesna. That looks like a better throw. Well, still throwing it flat, but could be around the 55-meter mark. 53.22 to her name with a one and only legal effort in the previous round. 54.63. So she does move up a couple of places. I should say 54.65, my eyes slightly deceiving me. So Zalesna moves up to 5th place as we now look at Nicole Tabakova.
Tohle byl tedy 4. pokus juniorské mistryně Evropy z roku 2017.
Také finalistka 4. z juniorského mistrovství světa a také předtím světového šampionátu dorostenecké kategorie.
Well, that's better. 54.83. So that moves her up to 4th. Leapfrogging Zalesna. Well, things are starting to improve a little bit for a lot of the throwers. So Sigrid Borger.
Výkon 4. pokus, je to opravdu ale extrémně vyrovnané, protože 2 cm dělí 4. a 5. místo a také 3. a 4.
54.52 for Borger in that round, so no improve.
Aktuálně právě 3. výkonem 54 metrů a
80 cm.
Jako průběžně druhá nejlepší.
Well, Tabakova, that's a good throw from her. That's about the 56, 57 meter mark. That might well move her up into 2nd place. Should say Piškova. Indeed, it does move her up into 2nd place. 56-40. Now, Sikakova. How can she respond to that? Oh, good. She's a really strong thrower. That was quick on the run-up. She just released it at too high an angle. Not the ideal angle. 55-49 for Sikakova. No improvement for her. That keeps her in third place. Gedli. I wonder if there's a few people who might be a little bit surprised to see the Estonian leading the way at the moment. But she's been very consistent, and all three of her throws have been better than anybody else has managed.
Samozřejmě není bez zajímavosti, že každým ze svých předchozích tří měřených pokusů by Gedli byla ve vedení 56-89, potom nejlépe 58-78.
54-73, the worst of her series, but nevertheless still leads the way pretty comfortably. More than 2 meters from Martina Pisova. So Tudley leading the way with 58-78, Pisova 56-40, and Sikakova 55-77. That's the 1-2-3 at the moment. As we go back to the start. 5th round with Luisa Tremel. 48-90 in the last round, her best. That's not an improvement though. So Paola Padovan, 29 years of age. Hasn't been to any major international championships, but quite regular Italian international at events like the European Throwing Cup. Padovan improves to 55-13. A good effort there in the 5th round from Padovan. She's improved with the last 2 efforts, going over 54 meters in the 4th round and now 55 meters plus in the 5th round. That's about another 55-meter throw from Zelezna. That would be a best in this competition, if it is better than 55 meters. This is a 2-centimeter improvement at 54.67, but it doesn't change her position. She's still down in 7th place at the moment. Tabakova. Well, she improved in the last round to 54.83. Can she improve further? A lot of the Czech athletes getting plenty of support. Now that drops down around the 50-meter line, so no improvement from her. Actually still the holder of the Czech under-18 record to Barkova. So Sigrid Borger of the Norwegian under-23 record. Borger's just struggling to find a form that she showed in the European Cup. That's about 53, 54 metres. And she was over 62 metres there, finishing second in Nicosia. Good return to form. It doesn't look 52.97 for Borger. That's disappointing.
Jinak ten její předchozí výkon 56 metrů a 40 cm znamená nejenom druhé místo v této soutěži, ale
Piece of it. That looks like another good throw from her. Might be around the 56 metre mark. Best of 56.40 in the last round. Petra Sikakova flying in third place at the moment with 55.77, having been overtaken in the previous round by Martina Pisova. Oh, I think that's taken her up into second place. I think that's a good throw from Sikakova. 57.86, it does indeed. Add 2 metres onto her best in this competition and move her up into second place. Now, Gedli Tugi. Well, the gap's closed between Tudli and the rest of the field with that throw from Sikakova. She's now got less than a metre's advantage, but she has dominated this competition. She's had 2 throws over at 58 metres. I make that number 3 over 58 metres. Now, is it as good as her second round 58.78? I'm not sure it is, but we'll wait for confirmation. 57.97. That wasn't over 58 metres, but almost. But nevertheless, she's still got 3 throws better than anybody else has managed in this competition. So, going into the last round, Gedli Tugi leads with 58.78. Petra Sikakova 57.66 and Martina Pisova 56.40. That's the 1, 2, 3. It all could change in the final round. Just needs one big throw. It's not going to come from Louisa Tremel, and it's a foul because it's no improvement by a very long way on her 5th round 48.90. Jak dopadne Paolo Padovan, to se dozvíme tedy ne po tom následujícím pokusu, ale že do toho výrazně zasáhnou, tedy pokus číslo 6. Paolo Padovan, Itálie, zatím 4. pozice. So Paola Padovan. She's actually currently in 4th place in this competition, having moved up steadily with throws of 56.40 and then in the 4th round. Now, Andrea Železná. 54.67 at the moment, in 7th place. There's a 60 metre plus thrower. Oh, that drifts out to the left-hand side of the sector, and it's a red flag for Železná. So no improvement for Železná, and she has to settle down. Yes, and I think that little gesture says it all. Rather disappointed. So, Tabáková, former European under-20 champion back in 2017. Made the final of the European Championships when they were in Munich in 2022. Still looking for that elusive 60-meter plus throw. She got close to it with 59.48 in Gaborone last month. That's her personal best. Now, did she walk over the line there? I think she knew that was a disappointing effort. No, I think she did walk over the line. Red flag. There's a replay of Železná's effort. Okay, Tabáková. Doesn't improve. Now, Sigrid Borge. Disappointing competition for her so far. That's a big one. She's certainly capable of it. She's thrown over 62 meters this year already. Well, it's an improvement. It's around the 56-meter mark, I think. .54.81 in the third round, her best. Oh, it moves her up into second place, 57.69. So a bit better from Borge. Well, piece of her. She's just seen herself pushed off the podium. Now down in fourth with 56.40. Needs to improve by over a meter to get up into third and overtake Tabáková. That is another good effort from Písová. She's responded well to seeing her pushed down. Oh, it's better than I thought. It's 58.83 and it takes the lead. Takes the lead by 5 centimeters from Gedli Tugi. What a good effort from Písová. That's just 2 centimeters short of her personal best. That's another good throw. It's all coming to life in this last round. That's again a good... Maybe it's around the 58-meter mark for Petra Tabáková. No, not quite. So Tabáková has found that she's been pushed from second to fourth in this last round of the competition. First she was overtaken by Sigrid Borge, and now Martina Písková. So, this is the very last throw of the competition. What can Gedli Tugi do? She's seen herself overtaken in the lead by Martina Písková. Can she unleash something over 59 meters or more? I don't think that's good enough. I don't think it is. It's about 57.5, 58 meters, I think. Again, always difficult to assess with the naked eye, but after leading through 5 rounds, oh, how wrong can you be? 58.96, and she reclaims the lead. And with the very last throw of the competition, with drama in the last round, Estonia's Gedli Tugi takes the win with 58.96. Well, piece of her. I bet she wondered whether she was going to be able to take that €1,000 check when she overtook Tugli, 58.83. But Tugli, the Estonian, really showed her competitive mettle there. Well, what a great competition that was. There's the results, and it all came alive in the last round. 58.96, the winning distance for Estonia's Gedli Tugi. Martina Pisova doing well as well. So that's second place. Here's Pisova with that last round effort of 58.83. Now Pisova worked her way into the competition and got steadily better and better. It was Tugli who took the win. Tugli go the European Under-23 Championships silver medalist. Now starting to make her mark in the senior ranks.
Tam tedy musíme počítat ještě se zlepšující se Gedli Tugi, ta se zařadila samozřejmě před Martinu Píšou, ale Martina by po dnešku měla být na 15. místě v Evropě. Takže 15. evropských tabulek sezóny 2025 má Česká republika 4 oštěpasky. Závodníci napříč všemi disciplínami, nejenom běžci a běžkyně. No a taky nás čeká slavnostní ceremoniál, takže stupně vítězů ještě budou v plné permanenci. Máme za sebou tedy další ročník hvězdného házení v Domažlicích, meetingu, který je zařazen do té Continental Tour světové atletiky bronzové úrovně. Takže mezi světové meetingy. No dámy a pánové, a teď tedy vyzýváme všechny, aby se odebrali nikoliv na start přístovky, ale čtvrtky tedy závodu, nebo toho čestného kolečka na 400 metrů. Bude to plnohodnotný okruh, plnohodnotné kolo, takže pořadatelé, dobrovolníci, organizátoři, také diváci, příznivci atletiky, pojďte na start, protože čestné kolečko, to je tradice zde v Domažlicích. Je to takový evropský světový unikát. Čestné kolečko, měli jsme tady samozřejmě ty přístovky jako uctění památky tragicky zesnulého domažlického bývalého atleta Honzy Mazance. A tohle je vlastně takové vyvrcholení, uzavření i celé té piety a samozřejmě celého letošního ročníku hvězdného házení v Domažlicích. Takže pojďte na start, ředitel závodu David Sekerák to všechno organizuje a svolá také samozřejmě své kolečky. Závodnice, závodníky, také ty zahraniční, aby se proběhly po této skvostné dráze na nádherném stadionu v Domažlicích. Takže přijďte všichni na start čtvrtky.
Well, that brings to an end the very first European Athletics live stream for the 2025 outdoor season. We hope you enjoyed the coverage from Domažlice of the Jan Mazanek Memorial Meeting. Highlights? Well, it has to be, I think, Daria Zabaska's 59-63 meeting record in the women's discus at the very start of the program, but we also saw some really good javelin throwing. Gedli Tugi throwing almost 59 meters to win the women's javelin, and of course Thomas Röhler, the great German, going over 80 meters in the men's javelin, showing a return to form, or return to the type of form that took him to that 2016 Olympic title. But we have so many more meetings coming up over the course of the next few weeks and the next few months. So we have more than 20 European Athletics outdoor meetings to come. In addition, we have European Team Championships coming up in Madrid. They're coming up in the 26th to the 29th of June. In the coming weeks, we have the European 10,000 meters Cup that comes up in 2 weeks' time. And most immediately, coming up next weekend, is the European Race Walking Team Championships, also coming to you from Czechia. That's next Sunday, so don't miss it. So we're going to conclude the live stream from Domažlice, and it's time for me, Phil Minchell, to say good evening to you.